Good morning, everyone. It is Sunday morning, uh, September 15th, 2024. We're out here on the back porch, and I figured I'd just have a cup of coffee. And I will kind of, like normal, just babble on about a whole lot of nothing. Sorry, had a notification. Just trying to see if it was important or not. Anyway, good morning. Hope everyone had a good week. Hope everyone's having a good weekend. A special shout out again to Philip the Third. I got your package. I was going to do an unboxing with it, but unfortunately, it got mixed in with some other packages and parts I received, and I didn't look at the label, so I opened it. Everything arrived fine. I will make a separate video showing it off and everything. Thank you very much, sir. I do appreciate it. But anyway, and yeah, I still got some work to do on the truck, so I'm just gonna pretty much have my coffee here and then head out. So this will be a short live stream, I guess. Um, I've been procrastinating all week, but anyway, other than that, not a whole lot going on. I did have some subjects to talk about, but like everything else, once I woke up and started staring at the screen here, everything went away. So I'm hoping the coffee will bring it back. But I will tell you one thing, though. I'm enjoying this cooler weather. I really am. It's been nice. We haven't had any rain all week, although we're supposed to get some this week, and I can feel the humidity in the air already, but it's still fairly comfortable. Not bad at all. And yeah, I'm sorry yesterday, because Saturday I usually try to do my morning live streams, but I had a little project to do yesterday for the wife, uh, and that was putting together a little cage for one of the animals. What is that thing? Oh, it's a rat. Yeah. Okay. Um. Anyway, so I did that yesterday, and then just lost track of time and didn't get around to doing much else. And good morning. We have Johnny Cash. Good morning, sir. Glad you could join me. Oh, can we get the fan going? I'm sorry, I was trying to turn on my little overhead fan here. That's it right there. All right, Johnny. That's a little bit too much information. One eyed cat. Good morning. Good morning, sir. How you doing this morning, my friend? Oh, and say hi to the cat and the wife for me, please. Glad to see you. Uh, yeah, I'm just like I said, I'm just having some coffee and figured I get on here and babble just a little bit. You know, it's funny because during the week, a lot of times, especially at work, when I'm sitting waiting for the trailers to be loaded or something, I will go through my mind and I will have an itinerary that I want to talk about all planned. And sometimes I'll write it down too. And of course, come Friday, I'll leave all my notes and everything I thought about right in the truck, and I'll get home. Next day, Saturday or so, I'll crank up the live stream and be I just forgot everything I wanted to talk about. But such is life. But again, that's why I enjoy having a few of the regulars come on that like to hop on and just sit here and babble about whatever. I do enjoy that. And the thing is, and I'm sorry for some of the listeners that tune in for a certain subject or to find things up, things, pardon me, talk about things. But anybody that shows on, it's just a habit that I have. I talk to you just like we're having a private phone call or whatever. I do try to keep some information, private on both ends. But yeah, basically, if anyone hops on, I talk to you just like us having a conversation. I'm not into doing this for views or um, anything that would create certain topics or anything. I just like talking. Uh, One-eyed cat making breakfast, and you're in the mood for fried taters and onions. Yep, I understand that. I understand that. Yeah, I love fried tater. When we were camping, I got volunteered. I got volunteered. Um, what was that, on Sunday or was that Monday morning? I got volunteered to make the taters. That's what I was thinking. I wanted to say I got volunteered on the last day we were there that morning to cook up some home fried potatoes, and yeah, I made 10 pounds. I went through a 10-pound bag. Um, that was all on a flat top uh, griddle, which made it a lot easier. It's a big one, and they came out good. They were a hit. There wasn't any left, that was for sure, and there was some people that were looking for thirds, but yeah, so that made me feel good. Good morning. Yeah, I can't talk yet. I haven't finished my first cup of coffee yet. Uh, Good morning, Glass Joe. Good morning, sir. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. How you doing this morning? You have a good weekend? Uh, yeah, like I said, I'm just babbling for a little bit while I have my coffee. Oh, and if anyone's interested, just a little plug on my own channel, on my regular channel, since we were talking about home fried potatoes. Anyone that hasn't checked it out and is interested, I have several videos showing the prep, what goes into it, and how I make them. If you're just looking for some ideas, you don't have to watch the whole thing. But they've been a hit for years, and my father used to make them. That's where I got it from. We do have mine are a little bit different than my dad's, and I go through what the differences are, but not a big deal. And they seem to be a big hit. And of course, that's something simple. It's not really involved, so I'm not a chef or anything, but good food is good food. That's all there is to it. And it's one of the reasons why I do like little get-togethers and gatherings. Food is one of the things that will bring a lot of different people together. You know, um, and I do like that. Oh, okay, all right. So, yeah, I got a few videos on that, as you know. Um, Let me throw this caveat out there. grinding the pan down and smoothing it like the old classic cast iron frying pans, like I don't, your grandmother had, your great grandparents had, does not make that non-stick. Okay, let me be upfront with you. A lot of that has to do with one, the seasoning that goes on it. All right, that helps. Every little bit helps. Don't ever expect a cast iron pan to be exactly as non-stick as a Teflon coated pan or anything. Um, a lot of it is now. All right, let me back up a little bit. I prefer, this is a personal preference. I prefer the smooth bottoms on the pans. That's just something I like. I have cooked in the rough, newer rough bottom, especially large pans, that were just as quote unquote non-stick as my smooth ones. Okay, I don't like the texture. Um, in my opinion, the smooth ones, it helps. It makes it easier. Two, a very good seasoning, and not brand new, but it takes a little while to use it and get it completely seasoned. That helps a whole lot. Three, the temperature and how you heat the pan and use the pan itself helps a whole lot. You never, no matter how smooth that pan is, and no matter how well seasoned that pan is, you're not going to be able to throw it on the stove, crank the heat up to high, and drop an egg or whatever in it without any oil, butter, or anything else, and have the egg not stick and float around like you would on a Teflon pan. That's just not going to happen. There is a learning curve. Cast iron, there is a learning curve, but that's the thing. The more you use it, the more you improve on using it. The more you get used to it, and I just like them because, like I said, if I'm assuming you've seen my wife's armory, the cast iron wall, and that's just some of the pans we have. We don't we don't have any stainless steel or Teflon pans, frying pans or anything. Yeah, I know. I saw that. It's a cricket, I think. Um, no, we don't. Now we have some pots. Uh, we have some steel pots. Even have an aluminum pot that's old. But yeah, it's just I prefer cast iron. Of course, I grew up with it too, so it's I'm not learning from scratch. Um, what I am learning is how to explain, well, sort of how to describe and explain to somebody that's just starting out with cast iron why it's not working as well as mine, and a lot of that is just your cooking techniques. Um, and a lot of the old farts like me that are used to it, they'll tell you it does take a little bit longer uh, than your modern pans. It's nice to throw it on the stove and preheat the pan itself. Okay, and then figure out your temperatures. There's a good rule of thumb when it comes to cast iron as far as heat goes. Low on your stove would be the same as using medium on a thinner, either aluminum, Teflon coated, or stainless steel pan. Medium is high. High is definitely for a sear, and you may cause damage to some of these old pans, especially if you heat them up too quick. They will have a tendency to bow, and then you have what's called a spinner, which can be a pain in the ass, especially on a glass top. But yeah, and what it is practice. Um, well, that's what I hear a lot, especially for people that aren't used to using the cast iron. Heat it up, preheat it first. Okay. make sure you add your butter or your oil or even spray it with Pam. That's absolutely fine. Okay. And then again, if you're used to cooking on a medium to a high heat, turn it down. Turn your heat down. And I'll tell you what too, cast iron pans, a lot of people say, hey, they're too hard to clean and it takes too much work. I find it just the opposite. And then again, I don't throw them in the dishwasher. I wash stuff by hand. To me, my pans are self cleaning. And don't get me wrong, I have burned stuff. I have had stuff stick to the bottom of that pan. The way I clean it, and I do have a video out on that, is in my coffee pot. I just run straight water through it, so the water's nice and hot. I'll heat up the pan. I'll throw that hot water right in the pan, and then I'll bring that water to a boil and let it boil for 2 or 3 minutes in the pan. And that usually softens just about everything up that is stuck to the bottom of that pan. Um, and I am not opposed to using a square, steel spatula to scrape the bottom. I have no issues with that. And again, you have to understand a lot of my pans have got at least, I think the minimum is 5 years worth of seasoning on it. And you don't have to season your pan every time you use it. Okay. You can if you want. You're not going to hurt it. But to me, that's a pain in the ass. Every now and then, yeah, I'll scrape through the seasoning. If it's not a big scrape or anything, it's fine. I just oil it and use it. It'll build back up. But as far as washing it, yeah, usually I just add hot water to it, bring it to a boil for 2 or 3 minutes, and everything will wipe out of it. You might have a little spot here and there that gets stuck, and I have no problem using a green scrubby. Yeah, I mean, to me, they clean themselves. My pans usually clean themselves, unless the wife cooks. Um, I mean, I have pictures up of where she burned water in a steel pot that we have, and I had to use a gasket scraper and a chisel to clean it. But that's a story for a different time because she's sitting right next to me and getting ready to throw something heavy. Put that cup down. But yeah, yeah, one-eyed cat. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's absolutely fine to use too. And you know what? Here is the deal with detergent. Reason why the older generations did not use detergent is because there was a lot of lye in that soap. They and I'm talking about like my father's generation, my mother's. They were born in the early 1900s, and their parents, the soaps that they used, they couldn't go down to Walmart and pick up palm olive or pick up any specific dish detergent. Just about any soap they used had a lot of lye in it. I mean, even their hand soap. Um, my dad, my mom and my dad, they used to. Well, my grandmother used to send down cakes of homemade soap. I'll tell you what, that stuff was better than any uh, any hand cleaner or anything you buy to get oil and grease off of you because it would take the first layer of skin off of you too. There was so much lye in the stuff. That's one of the reasons why they said, don't use soap on a cast iron pan on a regular basis. With that being said, these newer soaps, especially Dawn and everything, is safe to use in For me, small amounts, okay? And on a seasoned pan or a brand new pan that's getting ready to be seasoned, I have no problem with that. I do not let it soak in soapy water. That I don't do. I don't pour or squirt liquid, even Dawn, into the pan and scrub it. I will put a little bit on sponge, rag, whatever, if I need to, and clean it up real quick, rinse it very well, and then, of course, dry it and oil it. And there's another debate, for ease of conversation, and it's not actually correct, but cast iron is semi-porous. Okay. People sit there and argue with, well, it's not porous because you can put liquid in it and it won't leak through. If it was porous, it would leak through. All right. There are pores, there are gaps, and micro gaps and everything, micro scratches, everything in cast iron. It will hold. Um, just kind of not exactly like a sponge, but for lack of better terms, it will hold stuff kind of like a sponge. Okay, so you have to be careful with that. What the seasoning does too, the seasoning polymerizes, and that's, here's your cast iron. When you have a good seasoning, it will polymerize it. The seasoning basically, and I hate to use the word, but basically it turns it into like a plastic that coats it and it covers all them pores and everything. And that helps. Um, Heavy detergents and everything like that will break down that polymerization and that seasoning. That's why you can strip the seasoning off a cast iron pan with uh, easy off, yellow top, easy off oven cleaner. And the active ingredient in that is sodium hydroxide. I think I have that. Is it sodium hydroxide? Oh my God. I don't know. I used to, it's caustic soda is what it is. And I used to deliver that. I'm a truck driver, and I used to deliver chemicals, and I used to deal with that stuff anywhere from a 50% mix all the way up to a 90%. And that stuff reacts with water, any moisture, and everything, and it'll burn you. It'll hurt you if you're not careful. But it's also very good for cleaning. Uh, Very good. All right, but anyway, yeah, cleaning them. I have no problem using a little bit of detergent if needed. Um, Again, I don't let them soak. I don't put a whole lot in there. I don't put it directly on the pan, and I don't do it every single time I clean them. Sometimes it doesn't need it. I mean, good Lord, if I fry up 8 or 10 pieces of bacon in the pan, yeah, honestly, I will just take hot water, pour it in there, bring it to a boil, dump it out, and wipe it out. Um, a lot of people, my father especially, he just used to use bacon grease for his seasoning, both his initial seasoning and for the upkeep on his pan. Now, problem with that is if you use your pan once a month or something like that, yes, that bacon fat will go rancid. Again, not that big of a deal. You heat it up on the oven or on the stove. You wipe it out. You clean it up with hot water, and you're fine. Uh, my father did that because the pan never came off the stove. It didn't get put away. It didn't get hung up. It was always on the stove because he would use it, or my mother would use it. So it was getting used 3 times a day, every day. The oils and the bacon fat that they used in it never went rancid. I've read this too. I remember, yeah, Glass Joe. I remember reading that Teflon was discovered accidentally by a train crash. carrying industrial waste chemicals. I read that too. I never really looked into it to see if that was somewhat true or not. I don't know. Oh, hey, first responder. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How you doing?
Oh, I'm hanging in there, my friend.
So, how's the transmission work going?
Oh, it's going great because I haven't touched it in a week. It's still sitting half taken out under the truck right now. It's
Oh,
still
right
in the
on
truck.
time. I like it.
Yep. Oh, buddy, it's hard. It's so hard. I've had that. It's I'm getting one a little bit irritated and two a little bit depressed.
Yeah.
You know, um, like I said, this was my first build, so I don't have a whole lot of confidence in my own work. But two, uh, it's so frustrating.
Yeah.
Again, with finding actual parts brand new out of the box that were no good, they were bad to begin with.
Hmm.
That was very frustrating. And then three, like you were talking about the issue with it now, where that little wedge came out of the reverse band.
Right.
And I know you said that happened to you. And after
Yep.
talking to some people, they say, yeah, it does happen about once in 1,000. I'm like, oh, great. I hit the 1,000. I should have played the friggin' lottery.
I was just
But
gonna say you should have played the lottery that day. What the hell's the matter with you?
yeah, well, yeah, I did buy a ticket. You know what? And I didn't hit that. So my quota of luck for this month is already gone. I'll have to wait till next month till
Yeah.
my quota resets. But yeah, it's frustrating, sir. And yeah, I'm procrastinating. And one-eyed cat says, "Hey."
Hey, I can't
But
see the chat, so hello everybody in the chat.
all right, yeah. One-eyed cat says, "Damian, how's it going, brother?"
It's slow motion, man. I just talked to the cam guy, and he's like, "Well, I'm gonna send the cam out Monday, so maybe Friday you'll get it." So right now
I
I'm
gotcha.
wrapping the headers again. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been looking at your shorts and trying to follow you and everything, and trying to keep up. And you know how it is,
Oh yeah.
between getting stuff for your own channel, real life, and I never expected to have this many subscribers either that have their own channels. So
Right.
it's how it is. It's real hard to keep up with everyone, and
It is.
yeah, I apologize to everyone for that, but if you're a creator, content maker, and everything like we are, it's a given. You understand how hard it is to keep up with everybody else.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Because I have actually, like, right now I'm playing Landon. Landon's on one of the TVs in the garage. Um, that other TV usually plays Maria or some other one,
I
and
got you.
I got the laptop going. I got the iPad going. Like the iPad has right here. Hell, the iPad has another channel that's a good supporter, Annalisa.
Okay. Yep.
So I mean, I got all my gadgets running at once,
I
trying to
got you.
support everybody. And then I missed your live a couple of times, and I was like, oh man, because you got some good stories, and I like showing up on your live and just saying hi.
Well, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, on my live, like I said, that's something a little different than my regular what I show on my regular YouTube channel
Mm-hmm.
and even Facebook and everything. Because I just sit here and I just babble, and let anyone that wants to pop in if they want to talk. It just kind of I was saying earlier, like I'm doing right now. When you hop on the channel, I talk to you like we're sitting on the phone and having a private conversation. And we'll talk about anything. I have no problem with that. It's kind of this is the fun part for me
Uh-huh.
doing the live because there's not a whole lot of pressure to make sure I have good content. Good content. I just sit here and I babble.
Just put content out there. I mean, nowadays people look up everything. I mean, people look up how to put gas in your car, you know?
Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha. My sister
I mean,
popped on.
seriously.
My sister just popped on, Voodoo Lady, so I want to say good morning to her. And
Voodoo.
yeah, oh, this comment right here. You stop looking at his shorts, you don't wear them that much anyway. Uh yeah, I never wear shorts, quote unquote. But when I went camping and everything, it was just so humid, so hot, and so miserable. I threw a pair of shorts on, and of course, it was like being surrounded by the paparazzi. Everyone was there taking a picture. Oh my God, you're wearing shorts. Holy crap, you're wearing sneakers too.
Well, back when I worked at ODOT, the Department of Transportation, I um, I made a big ruckus in the garage, and just to see who would check on me, right?
Yep.
And there was about four people I counted with their phones up in the air taking video when they walked in.
Yep.
I was like, wow. So that's what it's come down to, huh?
Yeah. Well, hey, when you're famous like you are, you got to expect that type of attention.
Yeah. I don't know.
But man, I appreciate you popping on. It's good to see you. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, good seeing you. I'm
And
just
like,
kind of getting to it over here. I don't know if the header is in there. It's kind of a small screen right now. Let me put it like this, maybe.
now you'd have to. I think you'd have to reset it there because yeah, I don't know how to do that on my phone. Whenever I start it, there you go. There
Okay,
you
Mike.
go.
All right. Let's see. Oh, don't hit done.
Yeah, my sister's having some breakfast now. My nephew Matt got up on the roof and brushed the moss off, and we put on wet and forget. Okay, that's got to be a treatment up there. Okay, cool, cool. She was talking about home maintenance and
Uh
everything,
huh.
and yeah, the poor. Oh, speaking of something here too that I really need to get to, once I get this truck issue squared away, is the roof in the shed.
Uh huh.
I had a leak on the back of it because a tree came down on it, and now I was looking at it, and it's rotted all the sheeting on the roof, and I got a
Oh,
hole. Yeah, I got about a 4 foot hole in it right now where it's all caved in, and I got to get up there before winter and do something with it. I got stuff to fix it with, and I don't know. I might that might be good content as well. Because like I said, I do woodworking and you know home stuff is do it yourself home stuff.
yeah.
Um, and also for insurance purposes and everything, for when I step back and don't realize that I ran out of roof and end up in the pool, that might
Oh,
be good for a few laughs. It wouldn't be the first time. Wouldn't be the first time. Heck, 2 weeks before I got married,
uh huh.
we were living in a different place, and I was up on the roof of some outbuildings and everything. They had the old tin roofs, and we were getting
Uh
married
huh.
in the backyard. So they were looking pretty nasty. So I went up there to paint them, and the wife saw me up there, and she's like, "Get down now." Well, I turned to look at her, and of course, I stepped right on the wet paint, and down I come. Down I broke 4 ribs, came down, broke 4 ribs and everything, and that was a trip to the hospital. But
Yeah.
yeah, so oh yeah, and she still gives me hell about that. And I said, well, I did what you told me. You told me to get down, and I came down. I didn't even hesitate.
Did you miss it?
Yeah, I got
Oh my
down
goodness.
as quick as I could.
Were you along for the ride, or did you hit your head and kind of go out for a little bit?
Oh no. See, what I was worried about was I was headed. I came down and I was headed head first, sliding down.
Oh.
And yeah, I did not want to hit my head because I already broke my back in three
Uh-huh.
places years ago, and I was afraid. I didn't want to end up like Christopher Reeves, Superman sitting in a
Uh-huh.
wheelchair. So I was able. I don't know how I did it, but I was able to spin myself around and figured I'd land feet first. Well, the problem is my feet went out from under me. There was a big overhang, so I ended up landing right on my back and on a flower bed that was there, and there was a
Uh-huh.
bush. But underneath the bush, there was a concrete, well, a cinder block square. That was the bed. It held all
Yeah.
the stuff. I ended up hitting that, and that's what broke my ribs.
Oh.
But but anyway, yeah, that hurt. All right. Here's another interesting thing that I thought was funny, and if I wasn't in so much pain at the time, I would have played it up. Now, my ex-wife and my current wife, they are very good friends. And my ex-wife was actually the one that introduced me to my current wife. Not to mention, my ex-wife and my current wife, my fiance at the time,
Mm-hmm.
they were planning the wedding. She was helping my fiance. My ex-wife was helping my fiance with the wedding. So they were both there. They both showed up at the hospital. All right. And the doctor comes in and asks me, so you fell off a roof? I was like, and it was a female doctor. I was like, yes, ma'am. She goes, are you sure? I said, yes, ma'am. Why? She goes, because this is the first time I've ever seen an ex-wife and a fiance in the same place coming to check on somebody. And I just want to make sure that you actually fell off the roof. In other words, she was insinuating that because my fiance and my ex-wife were together, that there might have been a little bit of foul play. There might have been a little bit of domestic violence.
Oh
And
yeah.
yeah, if I'll tell you what, if I was thinking straight, if I wasn't in so much pain, I would have looked at her and said, "Oh my God, they're both here. Oh no, 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 keep them away from me." But
uh
yeah, like I said, um, I've had an interesting life, sir. I've never done anything,
uh
earth shattering, groundbreaking, or even that
but,
important. But it,
but hey, you got a couple of good stories, huh?
yeah, I do. I got quite a few, and I look back on it, and it's one of the things. My bucket list is not very long. Um, like I said, I've never been afraid to try something new. Um, sometimes, well, most of the time that hasn't worked out so very well. But but this is life. This is life, and you gotta enjoy it while you have the chance. You
Right.
gotta take some chances. You gotta do things. Uh, I don't want to be, and I don't think I will be,
Uh-huh.
one of those people sitting in the nursing home and going, "Oh, I wish I'd done this. I wish I'd tried that." And we're gonna add One-Eyed Cat, oh One Eye, to the stage here. Hey, good morning, sir. How was
Good
your
morning.
breakfast?
It was about as well as I expected. It was hot, so I can't complain that much.
There you go.
I just like a hot in the morning. That's all.
That's good. Yeah, yeah, I understand that.
That and this cast iron just it likes to be used, so I try to
Oh
stay
yeah.
up on that. I got my tomato pan that I wouldn't sell for $100,
Oh, I gotcha.
or yeah, potato pan.
Yeah, yeah. No, I understand what you were saying.
Yeah, it's seasoned just right. Saying usually I get done with today. Yeah, potatoes. I just got to wipe it clean.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, most of mine, just about all of them, are the same way. And I mean, what I use on a daily basis, or what the family uses. I'm not the only cook, but what I use on what we use on a daily basis is all in the kitchen. Then the camper has its own set, and then I have another set that I keep out in the shed because I have the wood stove out there.
Oh, it's a good spot for cast irons, wood stove.
Oh yeah, yeah, and
Yeah,
also, with my grills and smokers and everything, they're out. They're a little bit closer to the shed than they are to the kitchen. So a lot of times, when I'm cooking outside, I'll grab the cast iron that's already in the shed. It's just easier. It's just quicker.
yeah. Well, you
And
got to rotate your cast iron anyway. That way they don't
oh
feel
yeah,
neglected.
yeah. And I'll be honest with you too. Some of the cast iron I have is well over 100 years old, and it's been used so much that even leaving them out, like in the shed, which is not climate controlled all the time, they don't rust.
Yeah, they still hold their
Yeah, they've got so much seasoning
seasoning.
on them and everything. Don't get me wrong, a lot of times when I grab them, I have to wipe the sawdust and everything off of them before I use them. but but
Yeah,
other
I know how that works.
yeah, but other than that, they're fine. I don't get any rust. I have one of my big square pans. Actually, the only one I have. I inherited that from my folks. Oh, what was it? About 15 years ago, my nephew was cooking out on the grill, and this was we don't have real bad winters here in Virginia, and that was I think it was actually right around New Year's, and he was cooking with it out there, and of course there was alcohol involved, uh, but he left it outside, and I forgot all about it, and it wasn't until the following it wasn't until the following fall that I've been looking for it, and I'm like, where the hell? Well, it'll show up. I don't know what happened
That's
to it,
right.
but
It'll
it'll
show up.
I found it underneath the grill, all covered in leaves. All right. It had already, and this was one of the years that we had snow uh, during the winter too. And anyway, it had been buried. I pulled it out. All right. It had been there for almost a year, about maybe 9, 10 months outside in the weather, in the rain, in the snow, everything. It had a little bit of surface rust on the handle. That was it. The sides, the
That's usually
bottom.
where you get the rust is on the handle.
Yeah. But being outside for a whole year, you know, it was dirty. It was dirty
But it
because
didn't
it
take much to clean it up, though, did it?
no, it didn't. No, it didn't. It was nice.
So you go to these yard sales and see people with a cast iron, and you see it just all nastied up, and it's like these people just don't know what they got.
Oh yeah.
And they'll sell them for $5, and then you take them home and scrub them up, and you got to give them the love that they never did.
All right, I gotta say bye to my sister. All right, Carol, you have yourself a good weekend. Take
My
care of
sister,
your garden and everything. Oh, oh, I'm sorry. That's a buddy of mine calling, but I will have to talk to him later. Um, Sorry, my smoke went out. Now I didn't mean to cut you off, sir, but yeah, you're talking about those $5 lines. They're getting harder and harder to get, though. Thanks to
mm-hmm.
the internet, you know, you have people that want to. start using cast iron again. And then they buy the new lodges, which I love. I love those new lodges. I really do. Of course, I smooth mine out. And good
Good
morning.
morning, Ed's machine.
Yep,
Sorry
thank
to
you,
cut
sir.
you off.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Good morning. And and in my opinion, they are a great deal for the amount of money you pay for them. You're getting a good pan. You really are. Like I said, I smooth mine out. That's just a personal preference for me. I like the smooth ones.
Right.
But you got a lot of people, like I said, that are getting into it, and they get the new cast iron, they get the new lodge, and again, like me, a lot of them don't like that rough bottom to them. They don't like that rough finish, so they'll get a nice smooth one, or they'll give up using the damn things. But going to there's a big demand for cast iron, is what I'm trying to say, and it's like I said, it's getting so hard to find a good deal on it because now everybody thinks that their 1960s smooth bottom Taiwanese made pan is worth $100. It's still a $10 pan.
Right.
Include all right to take into account for inflation. It might be a $15 or a $20 pan because I can get the same damn thing brand new for about $25.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Now you do have your BSR, your Wagners, your old lodges and everything, and they are worth a little bit more. But there's very few of them that are really, in my opinion, worth over $100. For $150, you can get one of these brand new Stargazers and everything, which honestly I think is a great pan. It's just that it's out of my
Hey,
price range.
Don.
Hey,
Sorry, guys. I
Damian.
got something going on here. I'll be back, okay?
Yeah, it's
That's
fine,
fine.
Damien. That's fine, buddy. But as
He
far as I
said,
said, I love using the cast iron. That's all I have for frying pans. I don't have anything else.
I got more cast iron than I use, so I'll clean them up, hang them out in the garage wall just so they're not laying in a pile somewhere.
Yep. Yeah, that was one of the things. The wife and I getting to that age where bending underneath the sink
The
in the cabinet, trying to dig out.
a 5 pound cast iron stand. Or
Right. Yeah.
yeah.
So that's why I built that little cast iron wall, which, yes, we do refer to as the wife's armory. Oh, there you go. Yes, sir.
Wife had that made for me a couple years ago.
Awesome. That is awesome. Yeah.
That was a picture was taken up at Watkins Glen International.
Okay.
That was during the NASCAR weekend.
I
Actually,
get.
NASCAR is at the Glen again. Right,
Oh,
is,
buddy, you froze.
they all go up 15, which is just like 3 blocks over here. So if we can go over, hang out on the interstate, we can watch all the haulers come through.
I got you. Yeah, I don't live too far away from Richmond International Raceway, and
Yeah.
when the races are in town, you can hear them from my house.
Oh yeah. See, and me and the wife, we've been to Richmond once. She
Okay.
ended up she won a bus trip weekend, bus trip, hotel, all the deal. Which was great. It was like an $880 package. It's like I'll take it.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
It
Before
was
they.
like a AAA had tickets and they sold them through their office, and there was 13 people on the whole Greyhound
Oh, no kidding. No kidding.
for the
That
whole
makes for a
weekend.
nice ride when it's not that many.
Yeah, me and the wife, we had the back of the bus all to ourselves. Everybody else sat up towards the driver. It's like, you guys go ahead.
Oh, I got you. Years
It was,
ago, back in the 80s and the 90s, before they redid Richmond Raceway, before they tore down the old raceway and rebuilt it. I used to come down here. I was living in Massachusetts all the time. I was living in Massachusetts, and me and two of my buddies, one of my buddy's friends, well, his brother lived down here in Richmond. We used to come down here all the time because he always had pit passes.
oh,
And
nice.
yeah, we'd come down, would hang out in the pits, and
That's tough for Richmond because usually they don't let spectators on the infield because it's
yep,
so small.
yep, yep. But anyway, yeah, we used to go down, and that was a nice thing though, because it was not crowded. Like that's what reminded me when you're talking about the bus ride. Would go on the infield, and because they didn't have a whole lot of pit passes, there weren't a whole lot of people, walking around, a whole lot of fans,
Right,
walking around in there, and that it was nice because the mechanics, the drivers, everyone like that, you weren't bothering. They didn't have 200 people walking around asking them the same questions, giving them advice
right.
on everything, and it was funny. I was more interested, and I had a whole lot more conversations uh, with the uh, with the pit crews and everything than I ever did with the drivers. You know.
Drivers are busy.
Yes, yeah, and that was the thing. I didn't want to be one of those guys. Go, hey, hi, I'm your biggest fan. Go out there and look. When you get to this corner, you should do this. And if this guy comes up to you, just knock him
Yeah,
out.
right.
Yeah, I didn't want to be that guy. But I was interested in all right, what goes into how you setting it up, what goes into this, and I
Right.
was I was more interested in, to be honest with you, back then a lot of the guys were so interested in letting you know and talking to you. Of course, I was young, at the time,
Yeah.
and oh, they were really nice as long as you didn't try to talk to them while they were working on something, you know.
Right.
Other than that, it was kind of like, go away. I'm busy. Go away. But yeah, I used to enjoy that. I used to enjoy that, and God, we got to. There was a couple times we got to go up. Oh God, I don't know even what you call it, but it's to me working on aircraft and everything. It was like going up in the tower, to where the spotters were and everything. This is back before they had all the electronics for radios and television and everything like that. They still had two-way radios and they could talk to the spotters, talk to the crew chief, and stuff like that. But um, it wasn't broadcast so much, so I really didn't know they were doing, the information, what they talked about, and everything. It was really cool when I got up in the spotters tower and to see and hear the conversations going on, or be down in the pits and hear everyone talking, and just the stuff that the information going back and forth.
I think Damian's losing his
Yeah,
battery.
he's been popping in and out.
Wow, his feed's flashing. That's what I've
Yeah,
never seen that before.
yeah. Well, he's got like four different devices going on. He's trying to support four
Oh
different
yeah,
channels
yeah, he does.
at the same
Yeah,
time.
I'll do that when I go out back. It's like because I'm buddies with Levi's Backyard Performance.
Okay, yeah.
When I go out back, I always leave something on the computer so the cats have background noise. So, you know, just have something to listen to other than traffic.
Oh, I gotcha. I
So
understand.
if I were to take my cats to Levi's house, they would be instant friends because they hear his voice every day.
Oh, I understand that. I
They
got
wouldn't know what he looks like, but they know what
yeah.
he sounds
As
like.
soon as he said hi and started talking, they'd be like, "Hey, I know you."
Yeah, yeah, hey buddy.
Yep. Yeah. See, I don't do very many. I think I've only done or tried 3 live streams actually out in the shed, because for a simple fact, even though I have some boosters and everything in the house, uh, when
It's
I'm
right there at the edge of the line.
well, no, because if I'm outside the shed, I can go all the way to the backyard, all the
Mm.
way in the back of the backyard, and still get a signal. The problem is, unintentionally, when I redid the shed and reinforced it, and especially the man room, I accidentally made a Faraday cage. I, the man room in the back of the shed, you cannot get any signal at all. My phone, I walk out there, shut the door on it, or even with the door open, if I walk too far into the man room, I lose every single signal. It won't, nothing comes through. And the shed itself, I guess, is somewhat hardened that way too. And a lot of that is the metal that was put into it and grounded to the ground unintentionally.
Mm.
But yeah, so I do not, I mean, I'll put it to you this way. I put a booster inside the doorway of the shed and it helped. But as soon as I walked into the man room, which is only 16, no, yeah, 16 feet away. Excuse, excuse me.
Bless it.
Excuse me. I lost, even with the booster in there and the door open, I lost the signal. Nothing. And which is good because, like I said, now it's where I keep all my electronic devices, all my spare, um, sensors, alternators, starters, computer stuff.
Well, the
Uh,
government's going to think you're hiding stuff out there if there's no signal.
yeah, they might. I don't know. They're more than welcome to come and check. I mean, heck, I ain't got nothing out there to hide that they'd find anyway. But yeah, that's
Nothing
what.
they'd be interested in anyway.
No, no, nothing really. But that's one of the reasons why, even though this is called Sidewinder Shed, you very rarely ever see a live stream out in the shed. And I would love to because I'm more comfortable out there. I could be like Damian. I could be walking around, set up the computer, set up the phone on the tripod, be walking around, yakking and doing stuff. I I can't. I've tried everything to get a signal in there, but unfortunately, it seems that the shed is too well shielded, which would be great if I was a prepper. Uh,
Right.
yeah, I'm really not. I just I like to have, I do like to have a backup plan, and I do like to have uh, some things that I'm prepared for in case anything ever happens. But that's not my main goal in life. But anyway, and I got. I wanted to say this again. I thank Philip the Third. He sent me a little wooden game. He has a video up showing it, and I wanted to put this out here too. I wanted to thank him again for sending that to me. I got it yesterday. But all right, Ed's machine. All right, buddy. You take care, buddy. I appreciate you stopping by, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's always nice to see Ed. He always says hello to me.
Yep. Yeah, that is awesome. I mean, this whole community. I can't. I've said it before. I can't say enough about them.
I know. It's just it doesn't get any better.
No, it's awesome.
I mean, they're like a good wife. If you say you need something, shit might show up at your door.
Yeah, yeah. Damian did that for me.
Damian's done that for me.
Yep.
That's why I'm hoping he makes it this year. I want to shake his hand again this year.
Oh, good Lord, yeah.
He's just a truly good friend,
Yeah,
and he'll go out of his way to take care of you if he will.
yep, yeah. And I still, he sent me a clutch pack and stuff so I could have 4 clutches in this transmission instead of 3 for the final drive.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yep. And I still have all my old clutches, everything else, and steels, which were in good shape, that I was supposed to send to him. just because this transmission's kicking my ass so bad, it's got to come out again because I lost reverse on it. And I'm hanging on to those parts, and I explained that to Damian just in case I screw up, burn up some of the clutches or something. I know I still have a good set.
Right.
And as soon as I figure out this thing is, I get it right, and I'm finally done with it, then I will send him all the parts back. And thankfully, he's been very patient. You know, I just what had happened is there's a wedge that holds the reverse band on. For whatever reason, that wedge fell out. That's how I lost the reverse band. Now I put it in the right way. It only goes in. Well, it can go in several different ways, but I made sure I put it in the right way, facing the right way. I even torqued it down to the torque specs and then backed it off. You know, I adjusted it properly. But and again, it's like I was talking to Damian. This has happened to him before. Same thing. And a lot of times it's a brand new reverse band, and so a lot of times they will loosen up, expand as they wear in. And I'm hoping that's all that happened. But that does happen. And talking to other people, they said it's like, yeah, once in 1,000 it'll happen. I'm like, oh, goody.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're the chosen one.
yeah, yeah.
Glass Joe. Good morning, Joe.
Yeah, what's the best garage out of the cable TV craze? What do you mean, best garage show?
I don't do cable anymore.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. And I don't know. You know, I mean, don't get me wrong. On regular television, cable television, everything, there are a few shows that I used to like watching and everything. And there's a lot of good information there, and there's a lot of fun entertainment. But I like these YouTube channels. I like these like everyone's here that's in the No Name National as well. I like the smaller channels because I can relate to that. They're regular guys that are just, you know, they don't have the multi-million-dollar budget
All right.
to let's go ahead and put this together. And I got these parts from this place and this place, you know, all big name brands and everything. And we're going to throw this together and see what it does. No,
Yeah, and it only takes them 27 minutes,
yeah,
start
yeah,
to
oh yeah,
finish.
yep,
When in reality, it takes months,
yep,
or
and
depending on the job. But
you know, and the fact too that they have all the equipment, all the tools, all the parts, everything right there that they need. Where, you know, a lot of us guys are like, well, yeah, they have a special tool for this, but I'm going to use this old Craftsman screwdriver and this 10-pound sledge. It'll do the
that's
same
right.
thing.
Yeah, yeah. Just make sure that screwdriver has a shank all the way through the handle.
Yeah, yep.
Otherwise, you split the handle off of it.
Actually, I have a few screwdriver shanks that I still have in my toolbox. That, well, yeah, I used it twice as a chisel, and
Mm-hmm.
then the handle disappeared on me. And you know what? It was an improvement because now I just got the shank, no problem. So I'll keep.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, and honestly, matter of fact, when I was taking this transmission apart, uh, I do not have a press. That's one of the reasons why I took the overdrive unit to the shop down the street because they had a press for that 800-pound spring. I wasn't going to mess with that.
No, I wouldn't either.
So the guy did the internals for me, on that, so I'm not overly concerned about the overdrive. Not only that, the overdrive was working fine. But oh, and I'm trying to think. Yeah, it's on the main clutch, the forward clutch. Is has a spring, has a set of 5 springs in it when you take it all apart. And it's not that heavy, but you do need some sort of a press. So I made my own out of a few pieces of wood and a wing nut and everything. It was enough to compress the spring so I could get the snap ring off and put it back together. And they sell tools for that, of course, but I didn't
I
have
like I like the backyard tool remedy
yeah, and it's simple and it works great.
because earlier in the year I was putting 3-inch studs in my axles, and I was thinking I was going to have to pull the axles because of the 3-inch studs, but luckily I didn't. But my brother had made it work. It's just a handle with 3 tabs on it for 3 lug nuts. That way, it's saying like if you were to put the axle back in, you could
Right,
index it
right,
without
right.
trying to just hold on to the flange.
Yep, I got you.
We never used it, but it's still a great like an axle tool. Even if
Oh
I
yeah,
never use it, it's
yep, I understand that. And Glass Joe, he
and
used
it
to
didn't
watch.
cost nothing.
He used to watch those programs 20 years ago, and he always thought Gasoline Alley was better than most.
I used to
Um,
watch Gasoline Alley.
I think I watched a few of them. It's ringing a bell, but not a whole lot. I can't picture who was in it, what they did, but it does sound familiar. Now the next one though, Indian Larry made better bikes than the other. Yes, I will have to agree with that too. I was big into motorcycles for a long time. Also, I used to work on Harleys and stuff, and yeah, I loved watching Indian Larry. And here's one of the things. A lot of those chopper shows, a lot of those custom bike shows. Again, it was like I was saying earlier. A lot of times they were pulling stuff off the shelf. All right, and they would mix and match. Well, I got this frame pre-made from this place. I got this engine, S&S engine. Now we're going to add some S&S parts to it. We're going to add some Harley parts to it. We're going to customize it. Okay. All right, that's great. That's all brand new parts. What I liked was you take your old parts, what you have, and you do the best you can with it. I mean, I hate to say it, a lot of people don't like Uncle Tony's Garage, but I like you have to understand the idea behind his channel. He's doing what a lot of us do.
Right.
Okay. This is what I have to work with. No, I can't go out and buy these aluminum heads. Well, Uncle Tony probably could, but he's not. And this is what we used to do back in the 70s when we didn't
Oh yeah.
have all these aftermarket parts and
Yeah, it
everything.
was all a hodgepodge of parts.
Right.
As long as it was good and it fit, it went.
Okay. So, all right, my bad. This is why I say it was ringing a bell. Gasoline Alley was Larry's shop. Okay, that's why it rang a bell, and that's why when you said Gasoline Alley, I was thinking automotive cars and not bikes. But all right, yeah, okay, I gotcha. I never, I always called it, hey, Indian Larry. Indian Larry's on. I'm gonna watch Indian Larry. So it's funny how your mind works. But yeah, I mean that's one of the things I like. Is this is what I have, and this is what I can do with it to get me by. This
Mhm.
is my budget. You know, um, I like
Usually, you
that.
didn't have a budget.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. Same. Why do you think I delved into this transmission? I don't have
Mhm.
the money for it. And even doing it as many times as I have just on this one transmission, I'm still under $1,000 on it. and the cheapest rebuilt I could find was 2,200.
That's
Uh,
nuts.
oh, it is. It's unreal. Even the cheapest junkyard around this area used, and there's no guarantee that it's going to be any better than the one I pulled out. Cheapest I could find was 1,800, and that's without the overdrive. That's
That's
just basically,
ridiculous.
yeah. And again, there's no guarantee because a lot of them out there, and from what I found out too, you can modify a 727 to take a and turn it into an A518. There's some things you have to change in it, but you can do that. But what I'm running into is trying to find an A518 that is not a lockup, because my truck does not have a lockup converter. So it doesn't have the hollow input shaft. It doesn't have the two solenoids. It only has the one, and that's for the overdrive. Um, and it's not an RE, so the valve bodies are a little bit different. The internals are a little bit different, and then it also being a RH, the hydraulic, there's a little bit of difference. Putting all that together, this is a weird transmission to be in a 3/4 ton 4-wheel drive truck. Most of them were all lockups, whether they were RH or RE. This one isn't. Not that it's a big deal, but that still means I would have, if I couldn't find the exact match, I would still have work that would have to be done to convert it. So the way I look at it, I'll work with what I have. Eventually, I will get it right. I just, one, it's frustrating. Two, it's embarrassing because, after the third or fourth time of it not working properly, even if I did everything right and it's not my fault, that's hard to convince of anybody. It's kind of like, look, man, I can understand once or twice, but after the fourth time, you got to be doing something wrong. And,
Yeah.
and that's going through my head too. But I've tried to be so careful and I've learned so much. It's just frustrating. It is frustrating. And again, it's a bit embarrassing, like I said. But I'll get this out. I've been procrastinating. I'll get it out today, and I will visually check and see, if maybe there's something wrong with the casting that holds that wedge in. Again, it's a brand new, and I hate to blame everything on a brand new part, but that
It's
reverse,
easy enough to do nowadays.
yeah, but that reverse band is brand new. So I want to check and make sure, that where that wedge fits into the reverse, there's not something odd. Or I've heard also on some designs that if you put it in backwards, the two parts are different. To me, it looked exactly the same, and it looked exactly the same as the old part. And the third thing is, when I took that transmission apart, the only reason why I took it apart is because I was having trouble with reverse to begin with. The band itself was almost worn out. So I'm wondering if there is a previous problem, with the transmission somewhere. Like maybe the boss that holds that wedge is screwed up or anything, because I did not know enough to, visually inspect it that well.
Just for the normal wear and tear, that's not real noticeable.
Yeah, exactly. So, it's something I'll delve into a little bit more when I tear it apart this time. Because that's the unfortunate thing. In order to get that one little wedge back in, I got to tear everything apart to get my fingers in there to get that wedge in there. And like I said, that really was the only thing that was really worn out in that transmission. So again, that puts a little question in my head: is there a previously existing problem where that's wearing so much? Because you really don't drive in reverse all that much,
Right.
and I'm still learning what that reverse band does. Um, you know, my understanding is it only tightens when you put it in reverse. I don't know if it tightens when it goes into second gear, or if that's the forward band that does that. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what operates what. Um, to best of my knowledge, that rear clutch pack and hub and planetary gears, those run your first and reverse gears. The forward and direct clutch and everything, that's where your second and third is, and that's where that other band tightens so that you will have second and third gear. If I'm wrong, please somebody,
I don't know.
you know.
I don't do transmission, so I'm taking your word for it.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard, and I really do need to put some content in, whether I'm right or wrong, to show what I'm doing. And then once I figure it out, I'd like to put it all together, because the information is out there, but it's spread out between 15 or 20 different YouTube channels, websites, and everything. Nothing's consolidated. Um, and that reminds me of when I was doing that, rebuilding that LA roller cam, factory roller cam engine. There was lots of information about the LA flat tappets. There was lots of information about the magnums. Uh, there was very little information about the LA roller cam, the intermediate engine between the, LA and the magnums, because I think they only made them. I think they only made the 318s for like 5 or 6 years, and the 360 factory roller cams LAs for 3 or 4 years. And so finding out information about those particular engines was very scarce. And then even comparing them, what's the difference between the flat tappet and the factory roller cam LA? What's the difference between the flat tappet and the magnums? 7 years ago, that was hard to find. Um, and it was almost impossible to find what are the differences between the LA roller cam, the magnums, the LA roller cam, and the LA flat tappets. Um, of course, everyone, a lot of information about how the LAs and the magnums oiled differently for the top end. The heads, a lot of information about the differences in the heads. And then it was mentioned, the difference, because the 360s are externally balanced. It was mentioned that the LA and the magnums use different weights to balance differently, but nothing exact. Um, and there was a lot of things I found out about that roller cam engine. And to be honest with you, it has a lot more in common with the Magnum than it does with the LA flat tappets. A lot of the internals um, are the exact same as the Magnum. It also has, I'll put it to you this way, the crankshaft. Looking up the part numbers, and this was for a truck engine. The crankshaft, just your regular cast crank, not forged, not internally balanced. The crankshaft number for the LA Rollercam 360 is different than for the LA flat tappet, and it's different than for the Magnum. Now, all the specs are the same. You can interchange them. So I'm not sure why it's different, but it is different. Um, my LA roller cam uses the exact same connecting rods, part number and everything, as the Magnums. And the design is a little bit different. It has more of a square top at the small end at the wrist pin than the old LAs, which were old,
Rounded.
which were rounded, which causes a problem when you use if you're trying to put a stroker kit in. A lot of times you have to grind the top, or else the piston sits down close, or the wrist pin is up higher in the piston, so you're not throwing the piston out of the block when you add a stroker kit to it. And yeah, so there's a little bit of difference. The pistons are different. Pistons are definitely different between the 360 LA roller cam and the 360 Magnum. The LA roller cam has the old style with the big, you know, uh, oh yeah, you know what I'm talking about. The big dish in it instead of the oblong dish
Mm.
like the Magnums do. And so that brought a question to me in my mind with the balance. Okay, it's a different crank than either of the other two engines, um, but it's using Magnum connecting rods instead of the old LA connecting rods, but it's using LA pistons instead of Magnum pistons. And so, where is the balancing different? How come the roller cams use the same weight for balance as the LA flat tappets instead of the same weight as the Magnums? So the weight difference has got to be between the piston and the crankshaft. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In order to balance them. I mean, static balance is hard, but it's for the dynamic balancing that you need those weights. And that brought that into question. The other thing I found out too is that two of the LA roller cams that I have done, engines, they're oiling. They oil both ways. They oil as the same as a flat tappet, through the oil boss up through the heads and underneath the rocker shaft. But they also have the lifters, and I know there's two types of lifters, but the lifters that they have in them are I guess, well, they're the same. They're the same exact lifters, roller lifters, as what the Magnum uses. So that means that there's oil going through the lifter. That wouldn't be a problem, really, if they had the solid push rods, but these have hollow push rods. And I'll have to show it on my engine again sometime. That purple engine, I'll take the valve covers off, and I'll run, because I do this about every month or so. I'll run the oil pump, but I'll have to take the top off and show everyone that this engine oils both ways. It oils through the push rods as well as through the heads underneath the rocker shafts. There's a shitload of oil that comes up through to the top of that engine, and so that's one of the other things I learned. It takes from the factory a different oil pump than the LA flat tappet, and it's different than the Magnum. And the only thing I can think is that it is a stock from the factory. It's a higher, maybe not exactly what we consider a high volume, but the only thing I can think is that it is a higher volume oil pump, because it's sending a shitload of oil through the top. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I haven't shown that yet, because I'll have to get a drip pan. I'll have to put some cardboard around, to catch all the oil that comes up through there, because
Right.
it floods the top of that engine. It literally floods it.
Yeah. It doesn't take long to make a mess.
No, it don't. And the good thing about seeing as it oils through the bottom like an LA flat tappet, I can rotate that engine so that the camshaft and everything blocks off one side of the oil coming up through and under the shaft. And so I can show you right then and there too how it still oils through the push rods. And it blew my mind. I thought maybe the top end of this engine had been rebuilt and somebody put the wrong lifters and push rods until I took the second one down and it had the exact same setup. And I'm sorry, I know I went off on a tangent here, but again with that 360 roller cam factory roller cam engine build, there was so much information that was just not out there, and I tried to consolidate it. Um, because it took me forever to research it and find it, and some of it just wasn't out there,
Yeah.
and I mean some of it, they, a lot of them say, well, there's some minor differences. Well, if you put the wrong friggin' oil pump in there, that might be a major difference. That might cause some problems. I don't know, seeing as so much oil goes up there anyway, but if it's supposed to have that amount of oil, and if you have all those open ports, for all that oil to go up there, and you have a standard oil pump in it, you might not be getting enough oil pressure for the bottom half of that engine.
Yeah, it might be taxing that oil pump.
Yeah, and that could cause a problem. Um, my God, I'm trying to think what else. There was a few other things I'm like, huh. Yeah, well, that's a minor difference, but if you put the wrong part in, that can cause a major problem. This is something that needs to be brought to everyone's attention. At least something to look for, and research yourself. Um, Something simple.
Oh, finally lost Damian.
Yeah, but something very simple. Water pump. I argued with the parts guy because I needed a water pump for my truck, and he was telling me he was trying to sell me the one for the Magnum. The Magnum turns in the opposite direction because it's a serpentine belt,
Right.
and so the impeller inside is, if you look at the blades, they're facing 180 degrees different because it turns in a different direction. He's telling me, oh no, all you gotta do is just change the pulley. No, one is a pressed on pulley. I'm not going to beat the shit out of it because I don't have a press to pull it off. And two, look, I had both of my hands. I said, look at the impellers. They're facing 180 degrees different because this one turns this way, this one turns the other way. They're
Right.
not the same. They will fit and they will bolt up no matter what timing chain cover you have on there. They will match up. You can put them on there.
Doesn't mean
But
it's right.
no, it don't. I mean, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. And yeah, that's a minor difference, but that can cause some major problems.
That's a major difference.
Yeah, there was a bunch of little things like that. I'd have to go through. A matter of fact, I do have a whole thing. Magnum versus LA. What are the differences? What's interchangeable? Because a lot of these parts will fit all three of these different type engines. It's just some of them are a little bit more major than others. Camshaft. The factory LA roller cams, they use the long snout, long nose camshaft. They just don't have, from the factory, they don't have the fuel pump eccentric on it. But that's easy enough on those engines. You can go to a junkyard or you can buy one. You don't need the adapter kit. You just pull an old one off. It's still threaded, and you can put it on if you want to run, a mechanical fuel pump. You can't do that with the Magnum. They're shorter, and there's no place. I mean, you can buy they make adapter kits, but you can't just go to the junkyard, or if you happen to have an eccentric hanging around, you line up with the arm for the mechanical fuel pump. And that would also entail changing, excuse me, timing case cover, because there's no place on a Magnum. The boss to put a fuel pump on there, mechanical fuel pump, it's not on the Magnum timing chain cover. There's no place to bolt it. I mean, it's just stupid little things like that. I'm sorry, I don't mean to bore anyone. It's just these were things I didn't know and I learned, and because I didn't know them because the information was not out there. Oh, that was a rant. I'm sorry, man.
That's all right.
That was a rant.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go outside and get something done here pretty soon.
Yeah, unfortunately, too, I got to do the same. I do have to finally get my butt out there and finish pulling that transmission. It's pretty much most of it's unbolted. I got the transfer case off, and now I gotta finish taking the cross member out and drop that transmission, bring it into the shed, and go through it. Make sure the only thing that was messed up is just that wedge and that band. Oh, and yeah, I don't. This ain't fun anymore.
All right. Yeah,
But
unfortunately, all I got to do is saying I got to get shit around for No Name Nationals, and I want to put the car on the ground and take it for a test drive today.
oh yeah, awesome, man! You gonna film that? You gonna record that?
The test drive, I'm hoping to. If my brother doesn't show up, I won't be able to.
Oh,
There he
geez.
is.
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
Was missing your pretty face, Damian.
Yep. Yeah, no problem, buddy. Welcome back. Welcome back.
And had a yellow jacket issue.
Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. I've been fortunate this year. I think last year I was able to basically annihilate all the yellow jackets and everything.
Yeah.
This year it's been the wasps.
Uh,
And unfortunately, I am allergic to bees, and that's also one of the things why I don't play with snakes either. It's the same type of venom. The snakes just have a shitload more. And I already know that they're getting stung by a bee, I can't breathe. I swell up like a balloon. It's not as bad as it was when I was younger, but it's still bad enough. So yeah, I don't
do you
particularly
carry
care
the
for it.
EpiPen around?
No. Fortunately, I don't. Unless it's 6 or 7 stings. It doesn't bother me that much anymore.
Okay.
And one of the reasons why I don't carry one is they do have a limited lifetime where they're good. And around
Yeah.
here, even with insurance, the last time I checked it, it was $150. And since I'm not
Yeah.
as bad off as I used to be, um, I live close enough to the hospitals I can make it there if it gets that bad. But what's that other stuff that you Benadryl? I keep Benadryl
Benadryl?
around. Yeah, and that helps. And that would from recent experiences, within the last 3 years, I've found that that works good enough so that I can figure out if I need to go to the hospital or not. It gives me
Okay.
that enough time, that amount of time. So no, I don't. I used to, like I said, I used to carry an EpiPen, but I guess over the years, maybe your body changes and it's not as bad as it used to be. Now that I've said that, the next video you'll see will be me blown up like a balloon, sitting in a hospital bed, going, "Well, guys, guess what
Guess what
happened?"
happened?
Yeah. As I was working on the truck, putting the transmission in, guess what happened? Good Lord, yeah.
So Don, what you been up to? You probably already talked about it, but I just want to get caught up.
Now I think we're ready to load on a trailer tomorrow. Car's still on
Okay.
jack stands, but so I got these China Mart carburetors not running too bad. I'm sure they could use some more tuning, but it runs.
China Mart carburetors. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, they're Edelbrock knockoffs, but
Hey, car
I'd
is a
got one
car.
from Max Wedge Dick Dastardly, and he's like, yeah, I'd try it. It's like I threw it on
Uh-huh.
there, and it was huh?
I'm just saying yes.
Oh, because I'd put it on where the one barrel was, and it ran fine for a minute, and then it just started pissing out the chimneys. The floats were sticking. It's like, eh. And then I end up
Holly?
I talk. Excuse me.
Holly?
No, this is a Nettlebrok.
Okay. All right.
But I talked to Jason's garage about it, or RV and whatever his channel name is now, because he had said he had an Edelbrock for me a year or so ago, but he ended up using it, and he sent me a China Mart. He ordered it and had it sent to the house, and it was like, holy shit, because the wife seen the box out on the porch. I wasn't expecting it. It's like, it's to the dawn from Jason. It's like, ooh,
Awesome.
it's like, oh, brand new,
Nice.
still in the box.
Yep.
It was weird though. I put it on and it ran like shit the first day. And next day I went out and it ran fine. It's almost like it needed to get fuel through all the systems.
Yeah, they might have been a
Just,
little sticky from sitting.
that's what I
In
was figuring. And
um,
I got a second one to match it just so they were identical. And that second one, it was a few days later. I'd put that on and it ran like shit the first time, but saying the next day they ran great.
yeah,
Huh.
I haven't used any of the Chinese knockoffs as far as actual automotive goes, but I have used them on small engines. Very simple carburetors
Right.
on small 2 and 4 stroke engines, your lawnmowers, your weed whackers, all sorts of little things like that. Couple things I've noticed, good and bad. The good thing is they seem to take the OEM parts if you want to rebuild it.
The truck case.
Everything
Okay.
seems to
Look
fit
at my
fine.
hands.
So if you want
That's
to
Okay.
put
why I
quality
asked.
parts, get a quality rebuild kit and put
Let me see
quality
your hands.
parts in it.
Mm-hmm.
They seem to accept that fine. Two things I have noticed is one, the bodies. If you have them empty without the parts, and you can feel the difference in the weight.
Right.
So the material that they're being made out of has got to be a little bit different than what the alloy was they were using for the original parts. Understandable. I have noticed they are more susceptible to the alcohol that's in the gasoline now. You will find more of the white powder will build up quicker in the Chinese knockoffs. It reacts with whatever they're made out of.
Right.
All right, so it's something to keep an eye out for, especially if you let them set for a little bit. Um, the other
Yeah,
thing is
I've
too,
I've learned to run my bowls dry when I want to let it set for a while.
yeah, and I'm old school. When I do that with any of my old engines, I'll run some Marvel Mystery Oil through it just to keep everything a little bit wet, and
Right.
lubricated. Um, but the seals, that's the biggest thing I noticed. With the seals, any seal that you have in there, if you compare it to the OEM, you can see, you can feel the difference between the seals. So I'm thinking that's where a lot of the problems come from. Um, it might be like your accelerator pumps, even any little O-rings, and even the gaskets. Even the gaskets, they seem a lot thinner and cheaper, and it's just they they feel different than the original. That's why I say, and like I said, I haven't dealt with anything automotive, anything a complicated carburetor, just very simple ones. Um, but I'm assuming that even with the regular carburetor for automotive use, if you get a good rebuild kit, that might alleviate a lot of problems that you have in the future. You know,
Right. Right.
it's just something to look into.
Yeah, I'm just hoping they'll get me through the weekend for now.
Yep, yep.
Which I said, I took the car last year. It ran fine for me. I got lucky. Didn't break nothing. But saying this year we're stepping up to 8 barrels instead of five.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean,
I
it's
still
kind of.
love that. I still love that 5 barrel setup, man. I still love that.
I mean, I'd kept it since I got the car because it ran and it really made people scratch their heads.
Yep.
But with this no name nationals, it's time to step up my game a little bit. And I put 3-inch studs on the back so I can put these on now.
Oh, there you go.
Got these from,
Nice.
got these from Dizzy Izzy a few years back. It's like, yeah. But the factory studs only came to the front surface.
Yep.
But I cleaned them all up. I blacked out the back and I painted the whites to match the car. That way
Okay.
it
Yeah.
gives
Yeah.
that way it gives it a personal look.
Yep.
I mean, it's hard to notice being white against chrome, but
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think I think once it goes on the car, it'll pop.
Yep. Oh, definitely. 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 And I hate this. I was actually hoping to have the truck and the camper all set up just to take a trip up and watch everyone. Uh, Not going to happen this year, but there's always next year.
Oh, that's too bad. I was looking forward to seeing you.
Yeah, I was hoping to do that, but anyway, hopefully I'll get it together and I can do that next year because I would like to meet a lot of the people here in this community face to face. Um, Damian, what are your plans, man? What's going on? How you doing?
Well, it looks like the Durango ain't going to make it, and that's not because of the cam issue. It's because of I just had an MRI on the shoulder. I've been having issues with it,
Mm.
and it seems like my tendon just ripped right in half. So
Oh
some
Jesus.
of some of my movement is limited.
Yep. Yeah. I
So
can
that's what I'm dealing with.
I can empathize with that. I really can. I mean, hell, I got pieces and parts of me that either don't work, are missing, or are in the wrong place. So yeah,
Yeah.
I understand that.
Yeah, we all get that as we get older.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah.
as long as I don't move it in a way it hurts, I'm gonna keep moving. So we'll see.
Yo creo que sí. Yo creo que necesito 38 más.
I got you, my friend. And what are you working on right now, my friend, Damien?
I'm putting header wrap on,
Okay, that's right.
wrapping the
That's right.
headers.
That's right. You mentioned that. That's right. I'm sorry. I got
So
distracted, so of course, I think I tilted my head a little bit too far left, and everything ran out.
uh, yeah, so that's what I'm doing right now. Um, what else can I do, right? Just keep moving forward.
Yeah, yeah. There you go. There you go. I think to be honest with you, not that I have headers on this old truck, but part of that exhaust that I've put up temporarily,
Uh-huh.
um, I think I might wrap some of that as well. The only issue is a lot of times this is my daily driver, so a lot of times when you go in for a state inspection, they'll see the wrap on it and go, "Oh no, that's not allowed." Well, yes, it is because it's it's more of a heat shield than it is, anything else. Looks and a
Right.
heat shield. But yeah, in Virginia, they don't let you use muffler tape or anything like that on an exhaust system anymore.
Hmm.
So that's why they don't like to see it wrapped, unless you get somebody that knows what it is, and then you're okay.
Yeah, I was never a fan of that muffler tape or whatever. I know
Uh,
sometimes you just got to use it, but
yep, that's it exactly. That's been a few times that's why I used it. I didn't have the money, time, or facilities um, to fix it properly, and it's kind of like, well, I need an inspection sticker. Let me wrap this up so it'll shut it up, and go get a sticker on it. And that, like I said, that used to be fine, no problem years ago, but now they don't let you do that. And I don't know.
Yeah, it seems like getting cars inspected around here is like winning the lottery.
Yep. Yeah, I'm really thinking of getting antique tags on my truck. And that way there you don't have to have it inspected. But there
You
are
got
certain there are certain things you're supposed to limit how many miles you put on it and
yeah,
everything.
like here in PA, if you're licensed antique, it's like daylight hours only. You can only drive it once a week for personal use. To and from car shows.
Yeah,
But every time I take it out, it's a car show, so I could argue that.
I got you. I got you. Virginia's not quite that
yeah.
limited. Um, they mostly go by you're limited how many miles per year is what they really try to enforce. The rest of the stuff.
Yeah, but how are they going to enforce that? Who says you
Oh,
don't just take off the speedometer cable?
yeah. Yep. Well, again, too, a lot of times it also depends on what kind of mood, the inspectors and everything are in, how much guff you're giving them, this, that, and the other thing.
Oh yeah.
My God. I mean, especially, having a CDL, I deal with a lot of DOT and a lot of state troopers just on a regular basis.
Oh,
And,
I'm sure.
it all depends on your attitude also.
Oh, that's probably 80% of it's the
Yeah.
attitude.
Yeah, it really is. And I've run into a lot of good DOT and state troopers. Um, and
They're
I've
just
run
doing it. They're
yeah,
just doing their job.
yep. And a lot of times too, it's funny because I'll be sitting there talking to them. I've been through quite a few inspections, and be like, "All right, what did I do? Why are you inspecting my truck?" And they'll look straight at me and go, "Because your company has a good reputation, so I know I'm not going to have to do a lot of paperwork."
I can believe that too.
Yeah, and it's just okay. All
Yeah.
right. Well, it's a friggin' pain in the ass for me, but I understand what you're talking about. You just want to go through, do it quick, give me a clean bill of health, or find something minor, where it's you got a light out. Here's a warning. No biggie. Get it fixed. Um, and a lot of times they will, especially if they're training somebody. Honest to God, I've been pulled over and inspected more often by a state trooper or DOT, and it's like, look, I got a trainee with me. I'm trying to show him what to look for. He said, but I'm really not trying to, bust your balls or get you in trouble or anything. And I know your company has a good reputation. So this will only take a few minutes. I want to show him what to look for, this, that, and the other thing, especially when I was hauling doubles or hazmat on a tanker because it was something a little different.
Right.
And yeah, that's usually when I got pulled over mostly was either with the doubles or with the tanker with hazmat. And that's exactly what I was told. Your company has a good reputation, so I'm not expecting to find anything major to write you up for. And he said, but I'm training somebody, so I have to show them, the different things to look for. I was like, all right, well, that's cool. I understand that. But
What was the longest you ever got inspected for?
uh
You know, how long was it? What was your longest
the long
stop?
yeah, the longest stop where I was pulled over, honestly, was about oh, I will tell you this. It was 35 minutes. And the reason why is I was carrying a government load. All right, so my bill of
Why
lading
can I cannot connect
didn't
my phone to the
explicitly say what
security?
I was carrying. Okay. And the inspector wanted me to break the seal. And I was like, I cannot break the seal. You can't break the seal. This is a government load, and they should know that. Well, he was adamant about breaking the seal. And in the truck I had they installed what they call a panic button. And at the time, what you did, you hit that button, and it sent out a signal. Uh, See, I was being followed both air and by unmarked vehicles by the government. So, in case I got pulled over, hijacked, or something like that, something was happening, I could hit that panic button. Well, I did, and I'll be honest with you, because I argued with the guy. I argued with the guy, and I kept telling him, well, he was going to break the seal, and it wasn't just a regular seal. You needed bolt cutters to break the seal on it. And he come out with a pair of bolt cutters, and right before he did that, I went in, I hit the panic button. It was about 8 unmarked SUVs with guys carrying, at the time, it was when the M4s first came out. They're all armed with M4s that you could hear the helicopter coming over us and everything. And they stopped him right then and there from breaking that seal. Freaked the hell out of me, too. But that was the longest. Most of the time, unless there's somebody in front of me, and I'm waiting on them to get inspected.
Yeah, that really don't count.
Yeah, yeah. But as far as my vehicle, when they went through the whole thing, I had an airbag that had gone out, and so the truck was sitting kind of funny, and I
No.
unfortunately still had hazmat placards on it. I didn't have any hazmat per se. I just had the residue, and this was on a tanker. And they said, yeah, if you didn't have the hazmat, it wouldn't be a problem. He said, can you get it fixed? I said, yeah. I said, one of our truck stops that we have maintenance contract with down the road. I said, can I take the tractor there? Do I have to get it towed or have somebody? He was like, no, no, you can leave the trailer here. We have a spot for hazmat. Leave the trailer there. Go get it fixed. Come back. You'll be fine. And he didn't even write me up for it. He goes, I understand stuff happens. That was about a 20-minute stop. So normally, if I'm not waiting on somebody else, yeah, the longest I've ever been stopped for a complete inspection was about 20, 25 minutes. It usually isn't that long. Yes, I've been shut down before because of an inspection. I mean, totally, where you can't move for the next, well, back then it was 8 hours. Now it'd be 10 hours. And that was because I was out of hours. I couldn't drive. So I've been shut down before. Um, Now, little things, and this is the thing that aggravated me, and it's gone both ways. I've come up to a scale, been on the scale, and I've heard over the speaker, hey, driver, you have a headlight out. I'm like, well, damn, do you need me to pull around or anything? And I've heard them say, no, we saw it go out as you were getting up to the scale. So we know it was working. Do you have an extra to replace it? And most of the time I did. It's like, all right, well, you can either replace it here or there's, where are you going? They wanted to know where I was going. And so, depending on the circumstances, they'd let me pull around back, replace it, or whatever. I've also pulled up, especially here in Virginia, I pulled up on the scale and they have seen the headlight or a marker light go out and they've pulled me around, they've shut me down. And even after I replaced it, they've given me a ticket.
Uh,
And I'm like, yeah,
really?
yeah, I'm like, really, these things happen. I said, you even saw it. He goes, yep, but when I went to inspect it, he said you had the headlight out. I said, you saw it go out on the scale. That's why you pulled me around, because you saw it go out. He said, yep, well, there's nothing I can do about that. Here's a ticket.
Bullshit.
Yeah. I'm like, son of a gun.
Just because he's mad at
All
his
about
old
the
lady that
revenue.
day.
Yep. Yeah, that was it. It was about getting the revenue in. Um,
Wow.
my God, one time, this was, God, yeah, I'm old. It was about 35 years ago. I was coming from Albany, Georgia. Albany, Georgia. I'm headed back to Richmond, Virginia. This national speed limit back then is 55 miles an hour. I'm loaded, so it's hard to get the truck. My truck at the time was governed to 63 anyway. And with the big truck going from Albany, Georgia to Richmond, Virginia, I can't quite remember, but I think it was a little bit over 12 hours is what it would take. And this is when we had the old paper logs also. So I had done a little bit of creative writing. So by the time I got to the scales entering into Virginia, it looked like I still had about another hour I was legal to drive, and that would have got me home. Well, I pulled up on the scale, and nothing wrong with the truck or anything, but I hear over the intercom, "Hey, driver, pull around back, bring in all your paperwork." I was like, "Damn, all right." Now you have to understand too, I'd already been up for almost 36 hours, so that ended up being why they pulled me around back, because I looked like hell. They could tell I was tired. So I pulled around back. I went in with my paperwork. I'm talking to the guy, real nice guy. He really was. And he goes, "So you're coming from Albany, Georgia?" I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "Nah." He said, "Well," he said, "looking at your logbook," he said, "looks like everything is fine. Everything matches up, except for the simple fact," he said, "I was born and raised in Albany, Georgia." He said, "I used to drive a truck." He said, "My father drove a truck, and I have three brothers that drive a truck." He said, "The only way you could get from there to here right now," he said, "you were either averaging about 75 miles an hour." He said, "which I know the truck you're in, I know the company, they're governed to 63. Or," he said, "one of three things. Or you're lying
Fudge
and
the books.
falsifying your log, or you have made a simple mathematical error in your logbook, and right now you just happen to be out of time." He said, "Which one of the three?" I said, "Well, let me see that, sir." I said, "Oh my God, look at this." Yes. I said, "I'm sorry. I am tired. I must have made a simple mistake." He goes, "That's fine. I'll accept that." He said, "But right now you're shut down for 8 hours." He said, "And I just pulled a double shift." He said, "So I will be back in 7 hours." He said, "I better see you still sitting here." He said, "If I see that, there's no problem." I said, "All right. Yes, sir." And I'm pissed. I'm tired. I'm trying to get
Ah,
home. He knew that too. He goes, "You're out of Richmond?" I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "You trying to get home?" I said, "Yes, sir." And this was on a Friday night too, you know.
Ah,
And so he said, "Yeah." He said, "Well, I'm sorry." He said, "But you're
of
gonna shut it
course.
down." He said, "And I'll be back in 7 hours. You best better still be here." He said, "I have all your information." He said, "Right now we're just gonna say that you made a simple error, mathematical error." All right. So I go in, I go back to the truck, I park it, I crawl in the sleeper. And I swear to God, about 10 minutes later is what it felt like. I hear knock, knock, knock on the door. And I'm like, oh, what the hell now? What do you want? I climb out of the sleeper and it's daylight, because when he shut me down, it was dark. It was night. I climb out and there he is standing by the door. And I'm still trying to figure out, all right, what the hell? He goes, "Good morning, sir." He goes, "How you feeling?" I said, "I don't know." I said, "I'm still not awake yet." He goes, "That's kind of what I figured." He said, "You look tired. You look like shit." He said, "But what I got here," he said, "I have a cup of coffee and I have a McDonald's oh uh breakfast
and
sandwich for you." I was
Oh,
like,
what a guy.
yeah, I was like, thank you. He goes, look, he said, I'm
Nice.
sorry to do that to you. He said, but he said, you look so bad. He said, you look so wiped out. He said, I really did not feel right, even knowing that you only had about 45 minutes to go. He said, you look so rough. He said, I was worried about you and about, everyone else
Yeah.
on the road as well. He said, and the best thing I figured is just to shut you down. He said, whether you realized it or not, he said, you needed some sleep. He said, I've been in that situation before. He said, so I understand. And I was like, thank you. Thank you. And he was absolutely right. He was,
Yeah,
Nice.
they call it tough love.
yeah. And no ticket, no write up, no nothing. I did what he said. I stayed there and sat there. I actually went inside and had my coffee and breakfast with him. Sat in there for about 45 minutes till I actually woke up and felt better.
I was going to say you weren't in a hurry at that point.
No, no, no. And it was pretty cool because I ran into him at that same way station several times afterwards, and not that we'd sit there and be buddy buddies or anything, but I'd see him. I could see inside. I'd see him. Get the little wave, ask me how I'm doing. You know, asking me if I'd come from Albany or not. Just being a smart ass. Little private joke, and I was like, no, no, no. You know, I said no. A couple times I told him. I said, yeah, no mathematical errors today, sir. You know, and he'd get a laugh out of that and go, all right. All right, you're good to go, driver. Have a good day. But yeah, there's some real cool guys out there, and I'd rather focus on that than the assholes that you run into.
No. Then a lot of them still do the job for the right reasons.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and good Lord, yeah, it's like I said, I haven't done a whole lot in my life that's really world changing, earth shattering or anything, but it's been an interesting life so
Well,
far.
I'll tell you what, you delivered a lot of product to a lot of people, so I think that counts.
Well, thank you, but and again, with this caveat, anything I put out there is mostly to show what not to do, not how to do it. Yeah, learn from my mistakes. Don't do what I do. Do pretty much the opposite, and things will work out for you.
Uh, Hopefully, anyway. I know I'm downloading a video right now, taking forever. But we put these 3-inch studs in the car, and we didn't pull the axles.
Ooh,
Well,
okay.
so we ended up freehand drilling them, and they took. We didn't get them out of square or anything. Rims fit on the studs like they're supposed to. Got clearance for the lug nuts, but there's going to probably be some haters come out for that. Oh, you can't drill them by hand.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm
Well,
sure.
we did.
Yeah. I mean, and
Eh,
I wish I could remember, but again, going back to that LA versus Magnum engine, and I know I have it saved somewhere. Um, there was a YouTube channel out there that a gentleman was hand drilling out the oil passages on a Magnum engine, so he could run his LA heads and everything, and have the oil passage. And it was real interesting, but same thing, because he did it without a jig and he did it by hand. Something I don't have the skill to do myself. But yeah, same thing. He got a lot of hate. Oh, you can't do that. This is going to happen. That's going to happen. And the cleaning of all the little metal parts and everything is kind of he that I'm not worried about. He's working on a bare block. He can get that cleaned out.
All right.
And it was just like, no, don't do it that way. Same thing like you're saying. But hey, it worked, and he had no problems with it. You know, and that's the kind of things I like to see. I love because I am not a fabricator. I don't have the skills or coordination to do a lot of that stuff. And even though it may seem simple, a lot of stuff like that, I know myself I can't do. I have friends that can do it for me. Usually, who I task, I'll ask them, "Hey, you're a little bit better off than I am." Um, I can't draw a straight line, let alone try to drill a straight hole, without a jig or a drill press. I I'm probably one of the few guys that can have it set up in a jig on a drill press and still have it come out 90 degrees with a drill bit that doesn't bend. You know, that's just the way I am. It's If you say it's idiot proof, I'll be able to prove you wrong. But
Give yourself more credit.
oh,
Come
that's
on.
giving myself a lot of credit. There aren't too many people that can screw up something that you can't screw up. You know? Yeah. And I've been told, Mark, we told you it was idiot proof. That wasn't meant to be a challenge. That was meant, that was meant to give you some confidence. That wasn't meant to be taken as a challenge. Oh, what can I tell you? That's like when I was in the military. Me and two of my buddies, we used to get in a lot of trouble. Minor problems. But the first sergeant and our platoon sergeant say, "Look, guys, we were young privates like yourselves. We did everything, and we've been in the service for over 30 years. We've seen everything. There's nothing new." Very next time we got called in the office, it was, "What? How? We don't even want to know why right now. We don't even want to know what you were. We just want to know how you did it. All right, we've never seen that before. When we told you we've seen everything under the sun possible, it wasn't supposed to be a challenge." It was like, well, hey, what can I say? Challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted.
Yep, and yeah, I mean, really, uh, and I can't even remember what the hell we did. I know I've told this story before, but yeah, we were brought in, and that's exactly what they told us. Yeah, that wasn't supposed to be a challenge, and we don't even want to know why. We just want to know how you did it and how you survived. Why are you still here, basically? Um, and we didn't even get rode up.
Well,
Because,
it all started when you said,
yeah, but like I said, we didn't even get rode up. And what we did was definitely worth an Article 15 minimum, if not actual jail time. I do
oh,
remember
you
that
impressed them
much.
that good, huh?
Oh yeah. Yeah. It involves some destruction of government property too. Uh, but they said they couldn't write us up because nobody would believe it, and the fact that we still survived, you know, without injury, it would be. They said no, there'd be too big of an investigation. They didn't want to go through it. They didn't even know how to write it up. And you would think something like that I would remember, but that was just one of the many things that we did when I was in the service. And I'm honest to God, I'm trying to think which one it was that we got that speech from. But we walked away basically, I can't say free and clear. We walked away with the unofficial punishment of putting in a sprinkler system, an in-ground sprinkler system for the first sergeant. That was our punishment, and that took us fucking almost a month to
So
do it.
that's what got you off the hook.
Oh yeah, that was a common
He
punishment.
knew. He
Yeah,
knew. He's like, I'm going to wait till these guys mess up again, and I'm going to order that sprinkler system.
he
Just a
had.
matter of time.
By the time we left Fort Irwin, he had the nicest house on base. He really did on post.
I
Yeah.
bet.
So, shift happens. Welcome to the chat, sir. Welcome to the live stream.
Hey, hi.
Hey, how you doing? Is this Robin?
No,
No, okay. I'm so sorry. I know I have talked to you before. I
yeah.
could. Yes, I know. I'm sorry. Like I said, uh, most of the time when I'm not at work, I still wear my badge just so I know who I am. Okay.
How
Now,
dare you not remember me?
I
I'm
know.
so offended. I'm now gonna take you to court and take down your channel and hunt you down and all the things.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
you've
Rude.
been on Facebook, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
I need all the dirt on you and
Oh,
yep.
that's easy. Just sit there and let me talk. You'll find out. Matter of fact, I'll give you some ammunition right now. Uh, my
I've
wife.
seen you cook in your shed.
Oh yes. Yep. Mm, yeah.
Well, I was just coming up to say I just wanted to wish you a beautiful day. No, no harm, no foul. I'm not that offended.
Well.
I mean, we're enemies forever the more, but no worries.
Okay. Yep. Yep. No problem. I got you. But I was gonna say my wife was sitting right next to me. She went inside, so I can tell you this right now without getting hit by a cast iron pan. Um, everyone thinks it's great and it's cute and it's nice. That I still say to the wife, "Honey, sweetie," baby doll, and I still call her that. What they don't know is I forgot her name 10 years ago, and I've been too afraid to ask. That's why I just call her honey, sweetie
Right, right.
of my life. Yeah, I can't for the life of me remember her name. So don't be too offended about that.
uh, oh,
Oh,
Oh, she's back. Yeah, like I was saying, one of the biggest things is my wife's birthday, honey, sweetie baby doll, is one day different than my ex-wife's birthday, and you have no idea how much trouble that got me into.
I
oh
bet.
my. Mm,
Trying to keep that straight.
mm.
Not to mention, even online, I have a story up about me cutting down a tree branch that's about 60 feet up in the air.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, and the wife come home, and she was like, "Are you crazy? What were you thinking?" I was like,
Wait, you
"Sweetheart."
climbed up there?
Yeah, I climbed up there and cut it down.
Oh
And I was
crap.
like, "Sweetheart, my God, it's only been well in my mind too." I said, "It's only been about 10 years or so." I said, "You remember I used to do this all the time." That's when she looked at me and she goes, "Mark, that wasn't me. That
Oh
was
gosh.
other." Yeah, that was with my wife. I was like, "Oh shit."
No, yeah, get the cast irons.
Yeah, well, at the time I was also working on the camper, and
Mm.
I was doing so. I had a whole week uh, to use the camper by myself. Stay out in the camper, stay out, sleep in the camper instead of the house for a whole week to make sure I got the camper done right.
Mm.
In other words, one of the reasons why I built the camper too is so I don't have to stay in the doghouse. I got my own
Mm.
little place.
I bet the dog's happy with that decision too.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. The dogs aren't that big, so I take up too much room for them.
All right, well, I'll let you guys get back to it. I just wanted to come up and say hi.
All right,
Uh,
hey, I
What
appreciate it. Thank you so much.
shift happens?
uh,
What's your name?
there you go. Shift.
Yeah, well,
Shift.
it's
Okay.
Damien. It's not Robin. Okay, that's not her name.
Yeah. Do you remember Andy Cruz?
Yes, ma'am. That's why Robin.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
that's the Robin that. Okay, I got it.
yes,
See,
ma'am.
okay, so there you go. The association is correct. Okay, got it.
Right. So now
I
you
get it
understand the
now.
association.
Yes,
I'm in the
yes,
neighborhood. I'm just on the wrong
yes.
street.
Okay, I got it now. Good for. Okay,
Yeah.
get it. High five. Okay, cool. I wasn't sure about. I didn't even know who you were speaking of, but now I get it. So
Okay,
good for
yeah.
you.
Yep.
Got
So
it.
exactly, you know the association. Like I said, I'm in the right neighborhood. I'm just on the
Yeah,
wrong
totally.
street.
I didn't even get that. I was thinking like Batman or some shit, but no, I got it
Oh,
now. All right. Have a good one. I hope whatever you're fixing or breaking over there. I hope that is that like catalytic converter or carburetor
No, no,
carbonation.
I'm putting some heat shield on the headers. It's just
Yeah,
header
that was my
wrap.
next guess. Yeah, heat raider. Yep.
yeah.
hmm
The headers are part of the exhaust system. They hook right to the engine,
The
and
engine. Yep.
yep. And he's just wrapping them right now with some a little bit of insulation, help with the heat, and
Yeah.
it also looks cool. I like.
It looks super cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're doing a great job. You're doing a
Oh,
stellar
okay.
job, sir.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. I wouldn't do it any different.
There
I
you
wouldn't
go.
I wouldn't do it at all, but you're making it look easy.
Yeah, it's fiberglass. I just gotta
Oh
make sure
Oh
shit.
I get
yeah.
the fiberglass out of my skin.
I would be wearing a mask and goggles. That's my only
Yeah,
advice.
it's good
Be careful.
advice.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. All right, bye, gentlemen. Cheers and hip hop hooray and all the things. Bye.
All righty.
Bye.
We'll see
Yeah.
you. Bye bye. Yeah. I'm sorry. That's again. I was in the right neighborhood, wrong street. Uh, but again, because because my channel also has so many topics. I have a lot of different cliques, niches, whatever,
Right.
with subscribers and that people pop in. It's not all about hot rodding or automotive. I have several different topics, and and a lot of things too. Um, when I mentioned Whoosh and Andy Cruz, Whoosh had his own podcast that years ago, and I didn't realize how long it was until I talked to him again last week. Um, anyway, he had his own podcast. My nephews had their own show on his podcast, and I used to be on there quite a bit as well. As kind of what got me into the social media and talking, and then finally I decided to do my own YouTube channel. But
Ah, yes. Peer
yeah,
pressure.
well, it was like I said, not so much peer pressure, but it was kind of like, well, this is cool. You can put out all this information, and a lot of, like I said too, a lot of the information I was putting out and still try to put out is stuff that you have to go to 15 or 20 different websites and YouTube channels. It's not consolidated. So what I can consolidate, I do. I try.
Yeah.
Um, and again, it's thank you, Shift Happens. Thank you so much. Thank you. You have yourself a great day. Have a great weekend. It was good seeing you. Good talking to you again. Even though I got a little confused, but that's just me. I go through life in a total state of confusion. You know, and there we go. Thank you, one-eyed cat. Yeah, but yeah, it's one of the things again why I like doing the live stream. I never know who's going to show up, what we're going to talk about, and I do this for fun. Even my channel, I kind of do it for fun. That's why I'm not overly concerned about subscribers or even getting monetized or anything, because I don't want to get into that mindset where I have to put out content on a regular basis, because I'm beholden to everyone. I do this as a hobby and just to have fun and to put out, yes, and to put out, some decent content and some decent information. And again, like I said, mostly of the ways not to do something, you know. But that's the whole idea behind this. It's mostly for fun. I enjoy it.
That's all that matters if you enjoy it.
Yeah. Now, am
I
I
don't.
opposed? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off.
I
Um,
don't. I don't do the regular thing. I just do whatever. And if people want to watch, they watch. And if
yep.
not, well, okay.
Yep.
Don't care.
Yep. I mean, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't mind being monetized. It would be a nice thing, but I just it's kind of like when I enjoy doing the woodworking little projects and everything. Although I don't have a whole lot of videos up about how I do something with wood. Usually it's like this is what I'm starting with and this is the end. I have a tendency not to show the middle. Um
Yeah.
and that's cuz I enjoy that. I find it very relaxing to do woodworking. I really do and I enjoy it. The problem is years ago I had a little shop. It was called Frugal Furniture. And I was making stuff, and it started as a hobby, like I said, because I enjoyed it. But I found when I started getting orders,
Uh huh.
and people want things a certain way, and they wanted it done at a certain, it turned into work. I lost all the joy of, I lost all the joy of working with the way it just took all the pleasure out of it,
I can
Yeah.
believe that.
And I don't want that to happen with the
Yeah.
YouTube, is what I'm saying. I've already been there, and right now I'm just enjoying it. And Damian, I know you can't see the comments, but Shift Happens just said glad to see / learn about engine header, whatevers and whatnots. So she was enjoying watching you. So that's awesome.
All right. Thank
That
you.
is awesome. And I know One Eyed Cat. You can see the comments, and Shift Happens. Said thank you, and she
Yeah.
appreciated you saying pardon me, have a great day and everything.
No, that's common courtesy.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, that's nice. Oh, here. What else do I need to get monetized?
Watch
Another.
hours.
Well, yeah, watch hours. Actually, I'm not too far. I'm pretty close on the watch hours, believe it or not. The biggest thing is I haven't hit 1,000 subscribers yet. That's pretty much the biggest thing. The watch hours, believe it or not, I'm right there. I'm right there for the watch hours. And honestly, a lot of my videos, a lot of the older videos, there's a couple I have 60,000 views on, and a lot of them are recent. Um, yeah, it's amazing, and yeah, pretty much what's holding me right back or back. I don't need 1,000 anymore. I'll have to check that then. I'll have to check that because I'm over 500, and
Well, you
you
got
know,
more watch hours than me. I only got like 400. I'm like
oh
lagging behind. I don't know. Don't know what's going on.
yeah, I'm not sure. You know what? A lot of it too. These live streams. I guess I get a lot of people in. Not that they watch it while I'm actually live, but it'll pop up. They'll watch that and they'll find something interesting. Then they'll go and watch the other videos.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll go through and because I have all the topics. I have them categorized in the playlist. So if you're interested in the camper, I have a section. If you go to a playlist, it says camping. Um, I have a section that says, woodworking, camper build engines, the 3 or 4 different engines that I've worked on. They're categorized into what they are,
Yeah.
and the cast iron and the cooking. It's all categorized so you don't have to hunt for the follow up videos. They're all right there, of whatever subject matter you're interested in. Even the shorts,
Yeah.
a lot of the shorts I'll add under the playlist under that whatever subject they pertain to.
it's good that you do that early, because I didn't. I was just making videos and throwing them on there,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't really organize anything.
Right.
And now it's like I got hundreds of videos, and it's like this is going to take a while to do.
Oh yeah. Oh yes, it does. Oh, good Lord. Uh, and one of the things is too, and unfortunately, I haven't gotten around to do it, is the thumbnails. Even to this point, I don't really have an app either on the computer or on my phone to pick and choose what thumbnail, or at least I haven't figured out, especially on the phone, because that's what I use mainly as my
Hmm.
camera. And so, yeah, a lot of times, you know, even one of my recent ones, comparing the old exhaust system to the new exhaust system that's on the truck, and the thumbnail's a picture of my grandson. And it's kind of like, out of everything, and that's the way I don't understand how it automatically picks a thumbnail, because I can set the camera up and all you'll see is a picture of an engine, except for 3 seconds where it's a picture of my thumb, and that's will be the thumbnail. You know, picture my finger over the screen, that'll come up as the
Well,
damn thumbnail.
well, that's how the algorithm works. It looks for something not apparent there,
Yeah,
and then for something to appear, and then it snap a shot. So if anything exciting happens, like your thumb
yeah,
taking
yeah.
over the screen, well, there it is.
Hmm. But I know there's a way to do it and everything. I just haven't figured it out. And eventually, I probably will take some time, get somebody smarter here than me, like my 5-year-old grandson, and have him set up, go through and set up the thumbnails for me.
Shoot, I don't think you can get a thumbnail app without paying for it anymore, can you?
Yeah, that's the problem. That's why you see, a picture of my finger or a picture of my grandson when it's, talking about exhaust systems, or the picture of a tire when I'm talking about, cooking outside or something. It just a lot of times the thumbnail doesn't match what the topic is, and I don't have an option that I know of for free to fix it.
So don't you like you can scroll through your video on your phone and take a screenshot and then upload
Yeah,
that? No,
I think I can. I just haven't figured out how to do it.
haven't gone through the yeah.
Right. I haven't gone through the process. And
Yeah, I'll usually do that, and then I'll send the picture to the wife, and then she'll send it to me in Messenger so I can get it on the laptop. Then I can work on it on the laptop from there if I want to add anything to.
oh, I got you. I know with the laptop, because I've done a few of this. I've even gone back and edited a couple of thumbnails on the laptop. Unfortunately, that was a while ago, and I forgot how to do it. And two, very rarely, pretty much except for the live stream, I don't use the laptop. I do everything on the phone. Um, Again, I'm not big into the videography or the editing. I just like to do it as simple as possible, you know, because I'm not that bright, intelligent. And by the time I'm done making a video, a lot of times I'm already wiped out and I just want to get it done. Because, if you, like Damian, if you're actually working on a project and you're also
Uh-huh.
trying to video it, it doesn't take you twice as long to finish that project. It takes you 3 to 4 times longer.
Oh, at least,
Yeah.
at least,
And then you have the editing afterwards to look forward to,
yeah.
and it's kind of like, oh, there's only so many hours in the day and I have other things that take priority.
Yeah, editing takes takes longer than what you were doing.
Yep.
Then you want to cut the fat out of it and this and that. And you end up watching it 30 times by the time you're done. And when you're done, you don't even want to watch it again because you've seen it so many times.
Oh, exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. And yeah, I don't have the patience for that. I mean, it just and again, a lot of times it's like I said, that's why a lot of that original transmission build, uh, especially the valve body and everything, when I went through that, it hasn't been posted yet, and that's been 2 months ago. That I have that, and of course, trying to edit some other stuff. I didn't save anything to the cloud or to um, an external drive or anything, which I really got to start doing because this isn't the first time. I'm missing some parts now for editing on that valve build because I went through and I'm like, oh yeah, I already got this saved. I'm going to delete it because I need room. I'm running out of room on my phone, and now that stuff is
I
gone.
ran out of
I'm like,
room.
oh Jesus, how the hell do I fix this? Well, I know how I'm going to fix it because when I pull this transmission out, I want to go through the valve body again just to make sure everything's okay. Because there was a bit, when that wedge let go, there's a bit of gunk that got in the transmission from where that band was rubbing the wrong way when it let go. So I want to make sure the valve body is clean. So I probably won't do much more than take it apart and clean it.
Yeah. It
But
should
at
be
least
protected by the
by the
it should be
filter,
protected by the filter.
yeah, I'm hoping so. But dude, instead of putting it in, finding out, oh, it's not shifting right or something's wrong, I may as well, while it's out, go through it just for peace of mind.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because I'm getting so tired of pulling this thing in and out. And again, I'm questioning myself as well. What did I screw up? And that's terrible.
The one thing to look out for on them Dodge transmissions is when you had it apart, that center support for the intermediate,
Yes,
okay, that's where the return goes. And if the return and the cooler is filled with that gunk, it goes straight to that support.
right. Okay.
So make sure that's cleaned good.
Yeah. Yeah. I've been, oh, you have no idea. I've been, the, yeah, the cooler and the cooler lines, going up to the radiator
Yeah.
and everything. Not only have I been blowing those out, but I got a little jar. I can hook up, well, it's a canister. I can hook up one of the coolant lines to it, fill it with fluid, put the cap on, and I have a air hookup so I can blow clean fluid through that whole system.
Okay.
Basically flush it out.
Yeah.
And I've been doing that, and fortunately, the last few times, even the first time, it came out fairly clean. Right now, again, another worry is the torque converter. Trying to get that cleaned out. Make sure nothing's
Yeah.
got in that.
So on my return, I added a second filter.
Okay,
I don't trying to aim the camera here.
I got you.
Yeah.
I
So
got you. And where'd you pick that up from?
Amazon.
Oh, okay.
I think it's. Hold on, let me see. Hopefully, it has a part number on it. Uh, no, it doesn't have a part number on it. But I ordered hydraulic filters for it, and hydraulic filters are expensive. But I actually went to Rock Auto, and they're having a clearance, and now I got like 15 filters for $4 each that are hydraulic filters.
Oh, no kidding. All right, cool. That is
Yeah,
cool.
I mean, certain you just look up the threads and the
Mhm.
O-ring size, and you usually got like a 3/4 inch seat for the
Right.
O-ring, so you can mess with the O-ring sizes and the thread or whatever, and the length of the filter, and just pick out a filter. But yeah, that's all I did. Shoot, I kind of wish I had that part number. I got that part number somewhere. It's probably in the the logbook of when I built it.
I gotcha.
So
I gotcha. Because
keep
now
track of it in the logbook. So
this truck also has an external oil cooler on it as well, um, which is nice. But I was besides the radiator, I had been thinking and wondering if I should get another external transmission cooler. Because it is 3/4 ton truck, and I do put some heavy weight on it.
okay.
And
So if you go, you're on Amazon, right?
yes, sir.
Are you on eBay?
I'm on both.
All right. So here's what I got, and it's cheap. And I know you like cheap.
Yeah. Well, inexpensive. Inexpensive.
Inexpensive. All right. So there's, I think it's called uh, G Cool or G Sport or something like that.
Oh, no kidding.
I bypassed the radiator,
Yeah.
and I just run a separate oil cooler. And this whole setup here,
Yep.
it was $90, and it came with hoses.
No kidding.
And it's a 52 or 62 core, but it's just an oil cooler.
Okay. Yep.
And I got 10 AN fittings. And I do the 10 AN because the smaller the hose, like if you run that length of hose, 3/8,
Yep.
there's a lot of resistance.
Right.
Okay, even if you blow through the hose, you can feel the resistance. So I got 10 AN, so there's hardly any kind of friction loss, what they call it. But yeah, I got the box here somewhere. But it's a basic engine oil cooler for an import,
Right.
and it came with the fittings, it came with the hose. Of course, I got my own
Yep.
hose, but yeah, you just find deals on eBay and Amazon. And I think, yeah, this is one of the hoses that came with it. Pretty nice hoses.
Okay.
And for $90, I mean, it's like sore dick. You can't beat it.
Yeah. Yeah. No kidding.
Ended up to be pretty good, actually.
Yeah. I like that. I like that. That's pretty cool. It on this old Dodge, it has the old brain box on it, and I didn't know this until it happened to me. This is the third brain box that's been in it. Not too bad over
Okay.
32 years, but they had a tendency of overheating, is what I found.
Okay.
Even though it's mounted away from the engine, it's actually mounted in the fender well. Okay, but
Okay.
one of the things that I found out is that they do have a tendency to overheat if you're not careful. Well, the part that's sealed is also inside another box, inside another container. And what I did on this is I had a bunch of, I used to build computers back in the day, back in the 90s. And I have a bunch of the little fans that used to go on some of the high performance CPU units that you put on the motherboard for
Yeah.
cooling. And they're little tiny fans. They're 12 volt, you know. And what I did was I put two openings in that box that covers the computer itself. The little what do you call them? OBD1, ODB1, little brain box.
Yeah.
And now what I have is I wired it in, to ignition and everything, and I have one that pulls in air, one that exhausts the air, and it runs it across that insulated circuit board. Um, I'm basically not too worried about water or anything. It's up the way, to be honest with you. Even though it's on the fender well,
Yeah.
it's up out of the way. And the circuit board itself is all sealed. They put the circuit board together and then pour all that plastic stuff all over it, and it's sealed. But this keeps at least cool air, or at least airflow, running across it.
Mm-hmm.
And the only other thing I would like to do, I don't know how yet, I haven't found anything, is to actually get a little temperature sending unit and wire that in so it only comes on when it reaches a certain temperature,
Yeah.
instead of on all the time. But I haven't had any problem with it so far. We'll see how it goes. I do have one more spare brain box sitting out in my Faraday cage. Um, just because they're getting so damn hard to find now, and you can't get them new. And yeah, and they're also starting to get a little bit expensive. This one here, I only paid $90 for it, but that was 5 years ago, and that was through my brother-in-law's when he was working at a shop. That was through his discount. So basically, I got it at wholesale instead of retail.
So what year's your Dodge?
It's a 92.
Yeah. Dodge did okay, now that you mention it, Dodge did have that issue. And actually on their cars where it was on the fender,
Mm-hmm.
they actually molded the plastic container for the computer was actually a part of the air intake to the engine.
Oh, okay.
So, just the air coming across it was
Right.
cooling the computer. They did that in their Daytonas and a couple other vehicles. I know they did it in the Daytona because I had one. It was an '89 Daytona, and it worked fairly well. But your transmission is you don't have the lockup,
Nope.
but you have the overdrive,
Correct. So there's only one solenoid in it.
and your engine is still throttle body with multi-port, right?
It's throttle body with just the single port, or it has the two injectors. It's all one unit, just like
Oh,
a
okay.
carburetor. Yeah, it's
Okay.
the old throttle body.
Yeah, that's what the Daytona had. So,
Yep. And the computer itself, it runs basically your injection for your throttle body. It runs your timing because the distributor on this one is one of the lockdown ones. You can't move it. It doesn't have a vacuum advance. Everything is controlled by that computer as far as your ignition timing.
oh, and
Uh,
everyone tells you need a scan tool to set the timing when you don't.
right. Yep.
All
Eh,
you need is a DVOM.
Yep. And third thing it operates is it has the voltage regulator built into the computer. Which no big deal because a lot of these old Dodges never had a voltage regulator in the alternator to begin with. It was always separate.
Yeah.
And so that's no big deal. You can get the old voltage regulator and hook it right up to the alternator, wire it in. Um,
Right.
the other thing it controls is the overdrive, one to send the signal to the solenoid for the overdrive. That I've learned you can actually bypass, especially with a RH instead of the RE. You can bypass it on the RE also, but that's usually a toggle. This one I can do by using the same. Oh God, actuator and sensor that they have for the diesel transmissions. I swear it fits. It's the same transmission. It's just an operating system that's a
Mhm.
little bit different. It doesn't require um, any computer electronics at all. It goes off pressure to
Okay,
actuate
so
the overdrive.
yeah, in a couple of things here. So your computer runs the timing, your injection, your transmission, right?
Yep, and the alternator,
And the
voltage.
also okay, that was the other thing. Those four things, right?
Yep.
If that computer ever goes extinct or whatever, or you can't get parts for it or whatever, you stick a carburetor on there,
Mm-hmm.
a regular distributor,
Yep.
a switch for the transmission,
Mm-hmm.
and the alternator. Dodge was the first to do this. The pulse width modulation. You just can't hook up a positive or negative. It actually has to be pulse width.
Okay.
You actually have to create a pulse width system for it. And that's what I did on the Durango.
Okay.
So I have the stock alternator, the 2001 alternator, and I pulse width modulated the alternator using solid state components that you can just go get at the auto parts store.
I gotcha.
So it's easy to convert your truck.
Yeah,
It's
and
actually really easy.
that's what I plan on doing if I ever get a chance to put that purple engine in. Because that purple engine that I built, yeah, it's set up with the carburetor. It's set up with well, I get a Dragon, what is it called? Dragon Fire distributor on it that's vacuum
Yep.
advanced. It is electronic, but it's an easy hookup. Your basic 2-wire system. It doesn't even need the ballast resistor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Um, and the transmission, yeah. Now that I'm a little bit more familiar with it, and after talking to people, there's several ways I can go with that transmission to make sure the overdrive still works. And I'll have to do a little bit more into it, but I'm leaning towards just changing that actuator out for the diesel one, which just runs off the pressure because it is a hydraulically operated. It's not the RE. It's not the electronic operated overdrive. And I'll
Yeah.
just go off the pressure. See how that works. If it doesn't, if I'm not happy with it, I can easy enough convert it back and put a toggle switch in to turn that solenoid on and off.
Yeah, because every transmission has a port.
Yep.
It gives you 1 psi per mile an hour.
Right.
You can just get one of those adjustable switches, and run
That's
it in that port.
that's basically what the diesel has, and there's no modification other than just changing the part out.
Okay.
And it just goes in because they use basically the same design, same setup for the gas and the diesel. Uh, of course, the diesel, they had the more clutches, they had a little bit heavier, but that's the biggest difference. And the actuator too. Um, it's pretty much the same valve body. You're just swapping out that solenoid for instead of electric, you're going for one that's actuated and adjustable, uh, just to use the pressure. And like I said, that's on the RH. The RE models are a bit different, and that requires a cable and a little sensor to see how far your throttle is being moved, and that does require an electrical connection.
Mhm.
And this I didn't delve too deep into it. And again, I'm going off what other people have done and what I've seen, and I just skimmed over it because at this point in time, I'm just trying to get the damn transmission to work.
You'll get it. You'll get it to work.
Yeah, and once, and here's the other thing: a lot of people have asked me, well, since you got it torn down and you've had it torn down and back together and everything for 2.5 going on 3 months now,
Uh-huh.
why don't you just swap out the engine? It's because that new engine, I still have about another $500 or $700 worth of parts and stuff that I have to manufacture, create, fabricate in order for it to fit in the truck.
Ah, okay.
And I don't want to be going through two big projects at the same time.
Yeah.
I want to get that transmission squared away so there's a problem I don't have to worry about.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Then I will put, then, once I get that, God help me, once I get that squared away and find out that it is reliable and working properly, then I'll worry about the engine. Because um, uh, again, it's not so much with the engines. I've done engines before, and I'm not so much worried about my skill and what I did to the engine. I still haven't tested out any of these parts, and you all know, I know you've encountered this. Brand new parts out of the box fail, and I don't want to be going, "Hey, here's the engine. It's in the truck. Great, I can go to work next Monday." And the cam's wiped out or something lets go, and it's nothing I did wrong. It's just a bad part. I'd rather have the damn thing break down in the shed before I put it in the truck.
Yeah, that's always good to test out before you actually take it on a trip or rely on it.
Right. Right. And again, this is not a hobby vehicle. This is not something for fun. This is my daily driver.
Yeah, you got to make sure that that's on point. Yeah.
Yep. And again, that's also why I didn't go too crazy with the new engine build. Um, it's a little bit above stock, but not a whole lot. Um, Basically, the biggest and wildest thing I did to it was the pistons. Because the original stock pistons, they were a deep dish, and they also sat. Uh, I know I say it in one of my videos, and it, for whatever reason, it sticks in my head. It was either 20 thousandths or 40 thousandths below the deck. The pistons literally sat real low below the deck.
Yeah.
So the static compression ratio on this engine, the Smog engine, was like 8, maybe 8.5 to 1
Yeah.
compression. And I'm without changing the heads or anything, I wanted to raise the compression ratio to around 9 to maybe 9.5 static at the most. Well, with the pistons I got, I kind of overshot it a little bit. They sit 2 thousandths of an inch below the deck. Okay, so it's not exactly, a zero clearance or a zero clearance deck. They sit about 2 thousandths below. And I put a little bit thicker than stock gasket. I put a 40 thousandths crush depth head gasket on it. And for static compression, that gives me right around 9.7 to 1, a little bit higher than what I wanted, but should still be okay for, pump gas. And I know the camshaft has a lot to do with your dynamic compression. You know how what oh, you know what I'm saying. You can have an engine that has static compression of 9 to 1, depending on the camshaft you put in it. That can raise your dynamic compression quite a bit, depending on the overlap, the everything else. And so comp cams, I went with comp cam because I was able to talk to a live Mopar person that understood what I was trying to do with this engine. Low RPM, high torque, instead of, wide open throttle, high RPM, a lot of horsepower. And so the grind that we came up with, again, basically this engine very rarely ever sees $4,000 or even, let alone above 4,000 RPM. Everything is from idle to about 3,600 RPM on a regular basis. And so the campground I got, I have the specs on several of my videos, and I can't think of it right now. It's been too long. But basically, it that's what this cam is designed for, is low RPM, high torque, more with the flow than it is with the no, more with the velocity, the way the heads are set up with the cam, more leaning towards the velocity side than the flow side of things as far as intake goes. And when you
So,
get to about 4,500 RPMs, the cam is just going to flatten right out. You're not going to make any more horsepower. It'll still create some torque, but 4,500 is about where the engine will fall on its face as far as horsepower goes.
so do you know if it's a split duration or
Yes,
single
sir, it
pattern?
is. Split duration.
All right.
Yes, sir.
So why do they give you a split duration if you wanted torque on the low end?
Um, to be honest with you, I can't answer that. I did not get into this so much
All
into
right.
detail.
So usually when people go to like a split duration, they want to run the engine past what it wants to do.
Right,
So let's just say you drop off at 4,500 RPM, right? You extend the exhaust duration, so the engine will pull past that 45, whatever it supposedly plateaus at. The trade-off, because there's always a trade-off,
right.
is you lose that bottom end torque.
I gotcha.
So what happens is because your exhaust is extended duration now, you get an EGR effect in the intake. And now when you go to stab the throttle, instead of having that instant whip torque, it'll gradually build. Um, yeah, I don't know why they did that, but I'd
Now,
venture to say that they also gave you a 112 LSA when you probably should have went to a 110. Um,
um, no, 108.
108. What size
Yep.
valves you got?
I got the I I I
These
don't
stock
have
valves.
yeah, I don't have the big valves.
All right, so
I
stock valves.
what it
And what size?
it's a
What size
360,
engine?
360, but it
Okay,
has
108.
yeah, it has the smaller valves than the Magnum. They're not
Mm-hmm.
the big valves, but it's also not the small valves like a 318. Of course, the everyone knows the exhaust. The exhaust is. I'm thinking, God, now you got me on the spot. Uh
108's is a good LSA for that.
okay, yeah, I
Yeah.
do remember it's a 108, and it's set. Oh God, and I wish I had the cam card with me. I think it's set 4 degrees advanced as well.
Yeah, that's ground into the profile.
Right.
And they only well, I say they only mess with that because of sometimes the cores, you got to shift that to have them actually grind the pattern or the duration or the lift you want.
Okay.
But yeah, you can set that when you build the engine. You can change that.
Yeah.
You just can't change the LSA. But 108 for that'll build the low end torque because that'll get the air moving faster
Right.
and you'll actually see it throughout your RPM band.
Okay.
But I don't like split duration cams just because I don't want it to go past what I build it for, and you lose all that bottom end grunt.
I
So your
gotcha.
takeoff ends up being slow. And that was the one thing I changed on the camshaft in the Durango. When I came up with my own specs and I talked to the cam grinder, which was Oregon Cam Grinders, he's like, "Why don't you split the duration?" I'm like, "Well, I really don't want to." And he gave me his spiel, and I bought into it, and he split the duration, and I ended up taking off slow at the line.
I
So
gotcha.
now I went with a different uh, cam guy. I came up with my own specs, and he's looking at it. He's like, "Well, what engine you got? What kind of vehicle? And I told him, and he's like, well, how'd you come up with these numbers? And I'm like, I don't know. I just kind of did. And he's like, I like them. It's a non-split. It's a very tight LSA, because the stroker engine, you need you need a 208 valve. I got a 202 valve,
Okay.
so
Yep.
that'll get the airspeed going. And everything I told him, he's just like, wow, let me know how this works out for you. So it's going to be a totally different running engine when I put it together this time.
Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha.
And I did a video on that. Well, I threw away the gaskets, but let me see if they're still here.
Yeah, signed Weiner. I'm going to be
Here's-
heading out here shortly. I'm Damian.
All right, buddy. I got you. It's good talking to you, man.
See the burn marks?
Yes, sir. Yep. Yeah, I saw that video when you were showing
That's
those.
exhaust
Yep.
gas.
Okay.
That's when you have the wrong cam.
I gotcha.
So now I got that cam for sale, and I got something else coming for it.
I gotcha. Well, the nice thing about the roller cams too, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I've never had a problem. If you do end up getting the wrong cam grind, or you're not happy with the cam, um, and you don't have 2 million miles on it, it's not like the flat tappets. You don't have to get a whole new set of lifters.
Mm-hmm.
You can swap out the cam without swapping out the lifters. And to me, that's I kind of like that, because you get to play around a little bit without it being. Back in the day, a set of lifters wasn't that expensive. Now there's kind of like, all right, I need to take out a loan for for a set of lifters. And then nowadays too, again, not so much with the roller lifters, but I have seen them fail.
Yeah.
And I'm straight out the box, and not so much that they blow apart, is just that I've noticed myself that
Oh,
even
yeah.
though it says new, they are reconditioned, and what they've done is just like a cylinder. They have honed out the inside. They have put new seals. Lifters come apart, piston. If you have hydraulic
Yeah.
lifters, and the tolerance just isn't there. They're out of tolerance. The oil is leaking by the seal, so that your lifters all bleed down instead of staying pumped up.
You talking about the
The piston inside
bore inside here?
right, yes, yeah. A lot of times I have found through friends, they're like, these are brand new. They don't say remanufactured, and yeah, they're leaking through the bore, because the bore. And if you take a mic and you measure the inside between a brand new one and even a brand new one out of the box, it shows that they have been honed out. It'll show up. There's just enough in there, and it's just a big enough hone that it'll leak. It won't seal properly. And it's
And the bleed down rate will tell you that.
yeah, that's it exactly.
Because I gotta let these sit overnight for them to bleed down. Well, I've adjusted lifters, whether it be like straight out of the box from the local performance shop
Yep.
to buying online, supposedly good ones.
Right.
And as soon as you turn the adjusting nut, they bleed down.
Yeah.
These I have to let them sit overnight. But I also found a new old stock company that they're cleaning out their shelving,
Yep.
and I bought all their roller lifters for the Magnum engines.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So,
All right. So when I can't find any, I know who to call.
yeah.
Damian, I've been to 18 different places. I can't even find
Yeah.
any online. They said one guy bought them all. I don't know who this idiot is. Would you happen to have any extras that you would sell me? Yeah.
make sure the paint mark. I don't know if you guys can see that. Can you see the paint mark
Oh God, no.
on the very top?
Yeah, it's not showing up on my screen. But I know
There's
what you're
like a
talking
little.
about.
It's like a blue. It's like a blue mark.
Yep.
Make sure that lines up with the oiling hole for the lifter. Some of them have it off to the side, and
Okay.
that's the wrong location for the bleed hole. So this is supposed to be, when you install these in the Magnum, the paint is supposed to be facing up,
Okay. Yep.
because that's where the fill is for the lifter.
Right.
That's supposed to be pointing up. And a
Yep.
lot of people are like, well, shouldn't it be pointing down? Because that's where the oil pressure comes in. Like, no, you should be facing up, because when the engine sits overnight, the oil's now trapped in there.
Yep.
If you point it down, then the oil's going to drain out.
It'll bleed out. Yep.
I'm still live.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm ready to leave though.
Yeah. So, at any rate,
All
Yeah,
right,
that was-
I'm headed out, people.
All right, One-Eyed Cat, you take care. Hi, Mrs. One-Eyed Cat.
Mrs. One Eye Cat.
Tell my hi.
He's seen
Yeah,
the
I
wave.
saw her wave. Yep, I saw the wave.
Damian, if you're going to No Name, we're going to be getting there probably an hour or so before dark on Wednesday. That's the
Okay.
plan. But we're going. We've been waiting
When
all
is
year.
when is the restaurant run? Is that Wednesday night?
That's
Thursday.
Thursday night.
Thursday. Okay.
Thursday, he's hoping to head to Lambert's at 5.
Lambert's. Okay.
He wants to give another hour of daylight for all these antique vehicles that might be, antiquated electrical systems, and which it gives us another hour at Lambert's too. So it always turns into the all evening. You just can't have 100 cars show up at a flash mob car show and expect everybody to,
Flash mob car show.
basically what it is.
Yeah, it is. It's a good way to put it. I have never been to Lambert's. I'm gonna try and make it.
Oh,
this
you
year
got to
to
go.
Lambert's.
It's a great time.
Durango ain't gonna make it, so I know I'm gonna be in the Dakota. I'll probably be sleeping in the Dakota.
You catch
Excuse
some
me.
holes.
Yeah,
You got to go to Lambert's. That's part of it.
yeah. I really wanted to get this truck together, and like I said, I still have the vacation time and everything. I've been kind of hoarding that. I was hoping to make it this year. I don't see it happening, but like I said, there's always next year, and yeah, I just want to meet everyone. Hopefully, I'll still be able to go next year. Because the way the channel's growing, I might have 2-3 million subscribers and just not be allowed to go.
Well, we'll rope off an area for you just to keep back the paparazzi.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Then I can put another pair of shorts on
There you
and not
go.
have to worry about everyone taking pictures
Mm-hmm.
of me.
Look at his legs. Look at his legs.
Oh, you can't miss them. They're as white as the background of my screen. You can't miss them. I mean, instead of wearing a safety vest at night, I'll just put on a pair of shorts. You'll be able to
Safety
see
white.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Paper white.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yes. I'm Irish, so I don't go out in the sun. If I do, I will turn as red as a lobster.
It'll be a
Yeah.
tomato.
All right, Don. I'll see you, man. I know you got to get going.
Yeah, I want to get this car on the ground and take it for a ride.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I can see your wife behind you, and she does seem to have a heavy coffee mug there. So before that comes flying across the screen, hit you in the back of the head.
I got a teacup.
That's her
Oh,
teacup. She
teacup.
don't drink coffee.
Same with my wife. But you know what? It doesn't really friggin' matter when you get hit upside the head, whether it had
Or right
Yeah.
above the eye. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Yep,
All right,
I
we'll look
understand
for you fellers later.
that. All right, you take care, man. It was good talking to you. Thank you for
Yeah.
hopping
See ya.
on.
That's it.
Appreciate it. Damian, man, I love talking to you. Good Lord, you have so much good information, and I mean, honestly, uh, you're so good about helping an idiot out like myself. I mean, it's just it's something that I always enjoy, and I always say I learn something new every day, and I look forward to that. Even if I think I know something, I keep I keep my mind open because a lot of stuff I've learned might not have been right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's always great to learn and to get more
Yeah.
information.
Yeah. There was a time where I thought um, the most important part of a camshaft timing was the intake valve closing event, which is completely wrong. But now I know that.
I'm still, a lot of this stuff I'm still learning, even though I've assembled engines. And yeah, let me stress that when I say I've built engines before, I've assembled. I've assembled the engine. Either it was stock and I'm using stock OEM parts, or somebody has already gone through and decided what they wanted, for a cam, for pistons and everything. They've already made that decision. I've just put it together for them. That, like I said, that purple engine, that's the first one that I really, at the time, didn't have a whole lot of my experienced friends that I could turn to because I did this during COVID. And unfortunately, a lot of my friends and people I'd known and would know this stuff without even thinking about it were older. They were in their 70s. They're no longer here. COVID back then took them out. Um, so I lost a lot of knowledge, that I could turn to and ask. So I was forced to do the best I could, with what I could find, either online or through a friend of a friend of a friend, or through actually a lot of other people that are more into the racing rather than, um, a truck engine or a daily driver. So I made the best decisions I could, and I did with what information I had. And hopefully, this engine will be a nice, well, I have no doubt if everything works right on it, it'll still be an improvement over the
Hmm.
stock engine. And again, the nice thing is, it can be tweaked and modified a little bit more, either up or down, whatever way I want to do it. And it's also one of the reasons why I have a 32-year-old vehicle, because if this was anything newer, I think that learning curve I'd have to go through with all the electronics would be just a little bit out of my reach.
Yeah.
Really. This one
Yeah.
has too many electronics for me already. And just another 10 years older or newer would kind of really put it above my head as far as being able to grasp the concepts.
I'll tell you what, that truck looks nice. I mean, you could tell it's an older vehicle. You use it for a daily driver, but it looks tough. It still has that tough look to it.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the things I like about it too. It like you said, it looks tough. It looks like a truck was
Yeah,
supposed to
looks
look
like a
like.
truck.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like a Toyota.
Right. Well, it doesn't look like a Cadillac that's, and
Jacked
trust
up.
me,
Yeah.
it don't.
I don't like to look at the new trucks. Everyone's like, "Why don't you just get a new truck? Why don't you
Yeah.
get a new truck?" I was like, I don't like them. I don't like the look. I don't
Yep.
like the issues that they have. I don't like that the frame isn't a frame anymore. It's weak. It's trucks ain't trucks anymore.
No. No. Now don't get me wrong. My nephew just bought a brand spanking new GMC, and the thing is loaded, of course.
Hmm.
And oh, I'll tell you what, it is something nice to drive and to ride in.
Mm-hmm.
But again, uh, there was a couple things. He lives out in the country, so he doesn't have trash pickup. So
Uh-huh.
he has to go to the dump. You know, basically
Yeah.
haul all the home trash and everything.
Yeah.
We were helping clean up after the Labor Day get together and everything, and we're throwing trash bags in the back of his truck, and I'm not thinking anything about it, because I haul stuff in my truck. And next thing I know, it's like, hey, be careful how you throw that stuff in there, don't want it crashing around, banging around. I'm like, it's a truck, man. It's a truck.
It's a truck.
And I understand it's brand new. I do understand that. I bought a brand new truck once. I kept it for
Once.
I kept it for 27 years. I kept it longer than my kids and my wife, my first wife. Um, but anyway, I understand brand new vehicle. Yeah, you want to kind of keep an eye, kind of keep it nice. But I bought a truck, even though it was brand new. I wasn't overly concerned about the bed and about throwing stuff in there and
Right.
about hauling stuff, you know.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
and that's what I'm trying to say is this is why I will not buy a new truck. One, I'm not going to pay $80,000 for something that in 5 years is going to be worth $5,000 because I'm going to use it as a truck.
Right.
Okay. And two, I honestly, and I'm remembering when I got that truck brand new, I don't want to go through that. Oh my God, I'm going to park it here, I'm going to park it there. It's going to get scratched. It's not going to look. No, I don't want to go through that again. I don't. Um, and then the other thing is too, I wouldn't be able to. I don't even know if I could change the oil on a brand new truck. I tried it on a Terrain, and all we did was change the oil, and it went into limp mode because we disturbed something and we had to have the computer reset. And I mean, all
Jeez.
we did was we took out the drain plug out of the oil pan and replaced the filter, and then filled everything up. But it immediately there's some sort of sensor in there that we disturbed, and we had thank God we only had to go down to O'Reilly's and they put the little scan tool on and reset the codes, and it
Mm-hmm.
was fine after that. I don't have a scan tool at the house, and I had no idea. So yeah, that's why I say,
Wow.
kind of being a smart ass, I don't even know if I could change my own oil on a new vehicle. This is just weird things. Too many sensors, too much money, and this old truck, coming up on 7 years ago, I was driving to work during a hurricane. A tree came down in front of me. I hit that tree at 50 miles an hour. I jumped over the tree, and all it did was it broke the belts on the front wheels, on the front tires. It busted the belts on them. Didn't flatten
Uh-huh.
them, but it busted the belts, and the bent the center link,
Yeah.
and broke a headlight because there was a branch that came up and smacked the headlight, and oh, it's friggin' exhaust. Tore the friggin' exhaust off of it. But other than that, I picked everything up. I picked everything up out of this poor guy's yard that came flying out of the bed of the truck as well, and limped it on to work. Bouncing along with the steering wheel going like this and then like that, kind of waving to everybody. And
You can't do that with trucks nowadays.
no,
You can. They're meant
no,
to crumble. They're meant to break. You look at
yep,
the aluminum control arms. They're meant to crush. They're meant to absorb impact and break the vehicle.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know.
And I understand from a safety point,
Yeah.
but you know what? Other than a little bit of being sore and a couple of bruises, um, I healed up in a couple weeks, and I think. Well, I'm not counting the tires. I had to buy tires. Those damn things, $225 a piece for them.
Oof. Yeah. Tires.
But
Yeah.
other than the tires, to fix that entire truck, the steering, and I went through everything on the front,
Hmm.
uh, was right around $125. You know,
That ain't bad at all.
no, it's not. Not at all.
Holy smokes! Yeah. Yeah, that ain't bad at all.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, that's affordable. The tires is what was killing me. But I went, of course, that was also my choice in tires. I could have got some a lot cheaper. But I went with the, I've always run these tires, even on my old truck for 27 years.
Hmm.
The BF
What
Goodrich,
kind you got?
BF Goodrich All Terrain. And I didn't get the H2s. I got the original ones.
Hmm.
And I've always had good luck with them. They're, my God. As long as yeah, everything's adjusted right, which was a problem I had with the Ford. Fords are notorious for their front ends.
Oh gosh, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
good Lord, if I fart sideways, the damn thing's out of alignment, and it's either cupping or scalloping the tires, or it's pulling one way or the other. Fords are horrible with their front ends.
Yeah.
Um, but with that being said, 80,000 miles was nothing on these tires. That was easy. That was easy to get out of these tires. And
Wow.
right now I have two brand new tires sitting in the man room.
Uh huh.
And so when it comes time to change the tires over, I'm just gonna buy two more, and that way there, I can change all four because I never got around. I'm running mixed tires. I'm running the BF Goodrich on the front, and I'm running a what came with it when I got it 8 years ago on the rear, because those tires were fine. They were brand new. They still had the little rubber knobs on the end of the treads when I got the truck. They were brand new. And since those were still good, I just never got around to changing them. And now the tread wear is too different to put the other two new BF Goodriches on. So I'll just wait until I have to change all four, and that way I'll only have to
Uh
buy
huh.
two. Because I'll probably by that time I'll probably end up paying. It'll end up costing me what it cost me for four just to get two. But by that
Yeah.
time, these tires are going to be around $400 a piece. It wouldn't surprise me.
Wow. I gotta plug my phone and it's ready to pass out here.
Oh, I got you. I got you, buddy. Well, I mean, if you don't mind staying on for a little bit, Yacking, I'm having the first beer of the day. Oh, damn. And I'm sorry, Sammy boy. I see you're probably not here anymore. I am sorry I wasn't paying attention to the chat, and you had asked a question. Do we have a favorite? Sammy boy had asked a question, and I just was not paying attention to the chat.
Uh huh.
And I don't think he's here anymore, but he wanted to know, do you guys have a favorite horror movie? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. As a matter of fact, it's very recent, and it's you can find it on my YouTube channel. All you have to do is look under A5184046RH Chrysler transmission. There's my fucking horror movie right there. Me trying to fix this transmission. That's my horror movie.
Wait, what was it? I missed it because my phone is it's skipping and
Oh,
you're not coming in clear.
okay. I'm sorry. Yeah,
Probably because it's low on juice.
my favorite horror movie. It's a very recent movie, and you can find it on my YouTube channel. All you have to do is look under A 518 46RH transmission rebuild. There's my favorite horror movie at the moment right now.
Favorite horror movie.
Yeah, me working on that
So
damn transmission. Yeah.
so with horror movies, it's not that I don't watch them. It's just that they always end up to be stupid at the end,
Yep.
and that's why I don't watch them anymore.
Oh no, I
I mean,
understand that.
they got no imagination how to end a horror movie these days either.
Well, they're too concerned about, hey, if this actually turns out to be good, we have to leave an out for a sequel. I mean
Yeah.
that's one of the things I learned growing up and watching horror movies in the 80s and everything is the main character, the evil, whatever it be, Jason or whatever. If you think they're dead, the best way to make sure that they are, at least physically, is don't shoot them in the head. Don't just shoot them. Wait till they fall down and everything, and then turn your back because they'll be gone. Grab them right then and there. Throw them in a wood chipper. Grab everything that comes out of that wood chipper. Toss
Easy.
it in a furnace. Okay. And
Yeah.
then all the slag that comes out of the furnace, go ahead and remelt that down several or 8 times, several times. And then grab all of that, pay NASA to send it right into the sun. Okay, that's about, and then you still have a 20% chance that their spirit will come back and, you know, enter somebody else's body or your next car that you buy, you know?
During the incineration process, Jason lives.
Yes. It's just, the other thing that disturbs me is growing up through that time, the 70s and
Uh-huh.
80s. Quicksand is not quite the problem that I thought it was going to be. I,
What do
I
you
have,
mean?
well, a lot of the movies back in the 70s and 80s, everybody was getting stuck in quicksand.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
You
what
know,
was up with that?
I have no idea, but I've encountered it once and it was very disappointing. It was a
I know
tiny
all you
little,
got to do is just lay backwards and roll out of it.
well, this one wasn't even, there wasn't even enough of it for me to put more than my hand in. I was very disappointed. Believe it or not, that was during some military training. They showed us this is actually quicksand. Oh, really? And yeah, you talk about disappointment. It's kind you got to be kidding me. We can't
Uh,
even get in it to show what happens if you go down to your waist. Because one, it wasn't that deep, and two, it wasn't that big. It was just like, damn. But it was literally actual quicksand.
okay. Well,
But
at
yeah,
least it was actual quicksand.
yeah, it was. And I mean, it's the only thing good about it is you could take your bandana off your neck, soak it in there, and get some cool water on your neck. Very
See,
disappointed.
even quicksand nowadays is too soft.
Yeah, yeah, yep, yeah. It's yep. I'm telling you, it's terrible. Uh, Good Lord.
I'm still, yeah, I still remember the time you're telling the story about these boys wanted to play video games and instead of just build something with you, you know.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
like, that is crazy.
yeah. That was when I was doing the siding on my porch and redoing the stairs, and it was
Yeah,
my niece. My niece came out there
that's
again.
right. Yeah,
That was also
yeah.
That was also the same weekend that my buddy Doogie slammed my arm in his tailgate, closed my arm into his tailgate, and the damn tailgate bent.
Must have been a newer vehicle.
Yeah, it was. It was. And actually, no, it wasn't the tailgate. It was the side of the bed. It was a Ford with an aluminum bed on it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez. Hey, you ever see what those aluminum bodies do when you get in a wreck?
No.
Oh, it's terrible. Terrible. They just rip open like nothing.
Oh, good Lord.
One old Dodge like yours hit an F-150 head-on collision. The guy in the Dodge walked away, and the guy in the F-150, we had to cut him out.
Oh, Jesus.
The steering wheel, it I can't talk too much about it, but the steering wheel broke his chest.
Oof.
His femur was broken.
Oh,
His wrists were broken. We had to cut him out. This Ford looked like I mean, it was totally destroyed.
yeah.
And the only thing wrong with this Dodge was the axle got ripped out of it,
Oh,
which it's significant,
yeah, it is.
but the axle was still there. The only thing that ripped out was the eyelet for the leaf spring.
Okay.
And it's like, and you pay 50, now $80,000 for this vehicle
Yeah. Yeah.
that's ripped open like a sardine can,
Yeah.
that gets totaled out if they hit a curb.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Uh,
Yeah. Yeah. It's, you know, don't get me wrong. I believe in, some safety engineered into a vehicle, but there is a fine line. Um,
they say,
there's
oh, it's supposed to absorb impact and it's supposed to protect you. No, it isn't.
no.
It's not. No, no, you're wrong. But the crash rating, yeah, they lie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whoever pays them the most, they win,
Yeah.
and they get the advertising.
Yeah. And I mean, yeah. Oh, it's a wonderful thing. You're right. I hit a curb at 30 miles an hour. I'm safe. Uh, it totaled my car, but
Yep.
look how safe I am. All right, look, I hit a fucking tree at 50 miles an hour. I'm safe, and it cost me $125 to fix the truck, not
And you're still
including
driving it.
yeah. And I drove it that day too, right afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay. Was it a comfortable ride? No, it wasn't until I got it fixed. But yeah, all right. So, not to mention, my truck was $1,500. Yours was 70,000. All right, yours is totaled. I'm still driving mine after $125 worth of repairs.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it just yeah. There is a fine line between, like I was saying, having something engineered to help save you, absorb the wreck, but it shouldn't total the vehicle for a minor incident. A little
Yeah.
fender bender, a little bump here and there, no problem. I understand that. Uh, Another story. Back when I was, I was 17. I bought my first truck. It was a 1969 Ford F-250 4x4.
Uh-huh.
And it was one of the heavier 250s. They all come with a different GVW. This was one of the heavier ones. And of course, still being in high school, being a young kid, and up in Massachusetts, this is the first four-wheel drive truck I had during the wintertime. And I'm grooving on it. The fact that I got four-wheel drive. We had a snowstorm. They hadn't plowed the roads yet,
Mm-hmm.
or they were just starting to. So me and a couple friends of mine, we went out cruising around in the truck, and we saw this vacant parking lot for an old. It was like an old Walmart that had closed down. Parking lot's wide open, and they had actually plowed a little bit of it, and they left some snow banks in the middle of the
Mhm.
parking lot. And so I was like, all right, this is cool. We're having fun out here in the snow. Let's do some snowbank bashing, you know, run through the snowbank or climb over it, whichever happens. We didn't care at the time. And it's like, all right, cool. And so I didn't want to, I wasn't sure. It's my first time doing it. So I'm hitting the smaller end of the snowbank. I plowed right through it, no problem. And it's not like we're doing 50 miles an hour. We're just doing about 15 miles an hour. I had the damn thing in four-wheel low. And with that old transmission, I think the top speed, even in high gear in four-wheel low, was like 30 miles an hour at about 8,000 RPM, but I was still running it in second, maybe third gear. So we're only doing about 5 or 10 miles an hour and just kind
Uh-huh.
of not really bashing through the snowbanks, but bulling our way through it. And I was like, hey, that was pretty cool. And I just kept moving over uh, about half the width of the truck. We hit it again, and that damn thing came to a stop. Boom.
Oh.
It just totally stopped. And actually, a buddy of mine that was sitting in the middle, there's three of us in there, he hit his head on the rear view mirror, and it took a big old chunk out of his head. So he's sitting there
Oh,
bleeding
jeez.
like crazy, and I'm trying to get the truck to move. The truck won't move. I'm like, what the hell? Get out and look. What they had done is there was a lamppost that was missing, but the big concrete base was still there. And they put the
Oh,
snowbank
jeez.
right up against the concrete base. You couldn't see it.
Oh, man.
Well, anyway, my buddy, he ended up being okay. Another friend of ours, we're right by his neighborhood. He went and got his car, and we took him to the hospital. He ended up with something like 28 stitches in his head. Uh,
Golly.
but being 17 years old, we still had a 3-inch thick skull. We were all hard headed, so there was, other than a flesh wound, there wasn't anything there. But I looked at the truck, and I'm a senior in high school, and I'm in a vocational school, and I'm
Uh-huh.
taking automotive.
Oh, you're
And
thinking, oh, this will be fixed next day.
it was, well, it took me 4 days. It took me a week because I had to get parts for it. Um, the only thing it did was front leaf spring, okay. And on those
Uh-huh.
old Fords, they have a leaf spring shackle that goes to the front. It's a separate piece. You still there? You froze up for a second.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
it has a leaf spring shackle, and it's riveted to the front, very front of the truck, right underneath the radiator support. Okay, and that's where the leaf springs hooked to.
Mm-hmm.
If you had two-wheel drive, had a whole different front end, and it didn't have that leaf spring shackle. Well, the
Right.
leaf spring hanger on the front had tore apart and bent that leaf spring shackle, and it had turned the leaf springs. It folded them up into a U. That front wheel was sitting underneath. It twisted the whole front drive shaft, or the whole front drive axle. It's a one piece axle. It wasn't the floating axle. It's a one piece Dana 66, I believe it was, front axle. Might have been a Dana 60. I forget which was the front axle on them. I think it was Dana 66. And it twisted that front axle so that the left front wheel was underneath the driver's door. It twisted it that far.
Mm.
Obviously, it broke the yoke on the pinion. It broke the pinion yoke on the front drive, and I had to get another front drive shaft. I went to a junkyard. I got all the parts at that time for $40.
Huh.
Okay, brought it into school. I got leaf springs. I got both leaf springs. I got a whole set of. I had to get the pinion and ring gear for the front drive, and they were 411s on the front. No, 411s in the rear, 410 on the front. There was always one tooth difference.
Mhm.
And got all that. Um, got the front leaf spring hanger and everything. Got everything. And like I said, it was under $50. I remember that. Brought it into school once I got all the parts, and we had to use a gas wrench to get a lot of those old rivets out. Heat them up, and then use a burp gun, a pneumatic hammer with the chisel on it.
Yeah.
Got all them out. Put the new stuff in, and here's the thing that got me. My automotive instructors, you have to shim the ring and pinion gear for the front end. You have to shim them, and we're using a blue dye on the teeth. You run it through, see how they're cutting.
Mhm.
They were sitting there going, all right, you guys are probably going to spend the next 3 days getting this thing set up right, changing the shims out and everything.
Mhm.
We put it together, torqued everything down, ran it, spun it, took it out. It was matched the first time.
Yeah.
We thought that was awesome. But here's the kicker. We didn't realize till we took it apart, it had 3 shims in it. We only put 2 in and torqued it down. By a fluke, we had left the one shim out just by accident, just because we're idiots. In other words,
Okay.
if we'd put it together the way it was supposed to go together,
Uh-huh.
the 3 shims, they're 3 different widths, thicknesses. We would have
Uh-huh.
been playing, with, all right, we'll pull this shim out, we'll check it. We'll put this
Uh-huh.
shim in, we'll check it, and pull that one out. We would have gone through it, multiple times till we got it right. But because we were
Uh-huh.
young and stupid and we overlooked that one shim, we put it together so it was perfect. It was a one-shot deal. It was perfect.
Gotta love it when a plan comes together.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like I've said, God watches over
Nice.
children and idiots. We weren't children. Yeah, but that's another thing. Just to the testament of those old trucks that are tough.
Uh-huh.
If you did that with a modern day truck, you're right. They would consider it totaled. Your insurance company would say, well, yeah, we're just going to total it because it'll never be right.
Yeah.
You'll never fix it right. There's no way it can be fixed. There's too many crumple zones. Look here, your frame is bent, this, that, and the other thing. No, with a gas wrench and a pneumatic hammer and a 5-pound sledge, we straightened everything out that needed to be straightened out. And that truck, to this day, I think, because a buddy of mine, tracked it down and found out who owns it. That truck is still on the road to this day, and that was Christ, that was 40 years ago. The
Wow.
truck was already 15 years old.
Uh-huh.
So there is still, that I know of, as of 2 years ago, there's still a 50-year-old Ford F-250 4x4 that's been in at least one wreck that I know of that's still on the road.
Wow. Yeah, that ain't happening with newer vehicles.
No.
Sad.
No.
Sad.
Yeah, and the other
But they
thing.
ride nice.
Oh my
They
God, they are
ride nice. You
beautiful.
got a
They
bunch
ride.
of things that.
Yeah, because I will
Oh,
tell
you
you what.
disappeared.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm working on beer number 2 now. I don't know if that transmission's going to get out of the truck today or not. But anyway, that's one of the things. If you ride in the truck I have now, have you ever driven a forklift?
What? You mean the 4-leaf spring suspension, the bouncy ride?
Oh, not bouncy ride. There's absolutely no bounce. No, because I got like
You got a.
yeah, I got like 8-leaf springs all the way around the truck. So, I mean,
I had a shock freeze up on me.
oh, all right, that was on my end. I lost the signal here. I moved. Damn, can you hear me now?
Oh yeah,
All right, that was my fault.
yeah.
I moved the computer just a little bit, and I lost the damn signal. Um, but yeah, no,
I had a
I
shock
have.
freeze up on me.
Uh, I'll be honest with you. I'd never be able to tell if a shock froze up on this truck because they don't move. The suspension. That's what I was saying. If you ever driven a forklift before, you hit a pebble and you know you hit a pebble. If you hit a twig, you know you hit a twig. You feel it. Thank God I have a good soft seat on this thing. But yeah, I don't think these shocks move at all until I put the camper on it, and then only the rear ones move. You know, is my father had a 2-wheel drive heavy duty F-250, and we used to get a kick out of it when we were driving it, rode in it, because you'd feel the front suspension, you hit a bump, and it was like mush mush. That ain't so bad. Then the back hit it, back's bouncing around. You know, you're getting kicked in the kidneys from the seat and everything. It's like mush mush, ba bam, mush mush, ba bam. With the truck I got, you know exactly what you're getting into because it's like
Oh,
ba
yeah.
bam, ba boom.
Yeah, your suspension is the sidewall of the tires.
Yeah, yeah, and that's why I ride. You know, that's why I run the old what are they? P235 anyway. The tall sidewall tires. That's why I don't run low profile, you know, 18-inch or 20-inch rims because there's no give in those tires. Yeah, my suspension is basically the tires. And honest to God, these are a load range E Echo, and they will hold 90 pounds, 90 psi. I do
So
not
you
run
got
them.
a
Yeah,
you got
I
a
only
10,
run.
10 or 12 ply tire.
Yeah, and I don't run them at 90 psi unless I have the camper on it. I run them at about 60. If I run them at 40 or actually around 50 or below, then they have a tendency to cup and wear the wrong way.
Okay.
But at 60 psi, they run fine. They don't wear, you know, unnaturally. And you can definitely tell the difference in the ride between 60 psi and 90 psi in those damn things.
Jeez.
Yeah, because at 90 there is absolutely no give, no nothing. It's you may as well have concrete filled tires or solid rubber tires.
Wow.
You know, yeah. So yeah, this is not the most comfortable vehicle to ride in, especially when it's empty. Now I put the camper on it, and like I said, that's around 2,000 pounds when it's loaded. Man, it smooths that ride out so much. It makes a big difference. You can actually hit a bump and you can feel the suspension work.
Hey, it
Yeah,
does
it's like,
work.
no shit.
That's funny.
Well, this before I got the truck, the suspension and the axles had been upgraded. They have and I don't want to give the wrong information. I'd have to look it up because I got all the literature what had been done to it. But basically, it has 10,000-pound axles on it. All right, that's not the leaf springs. That's what the axles themselves are rated for, is 10,000 pounds, because it's different bearings and everything inside the axle.
Jeez.
The leaf springs themselves, okay, are rated for oh my god, what do I have on there now? Because I upgraded it myself. Yeah. My god, the leaf springs themselves are rated for somewhere, if I have this right, again I'd have to look at it, are rated for 16,000 pounds. No, I'm sorry. Minus the 10. The leaf springs themselves are rated for 6,000 pounds. My bad. I'm also used to I'm a truck driver, so I'm
Uh-huh.
used to talking to, over 10,000 easy. But yeah, the leaf springs on this are rated for 6,000. So that's 3 tons. Unfortunately, the tires are the weak link. Even though they're good tires and they'll load range E, running singles instead of dualies, I do believe that they're only rated for 4,000 pounds. Now, you have to understand that includes, 4,000 pounds each. But that includes the weight of the truck plus whatever I put in the bed of it. So although the suspension
Wow.
and the axles, yeah, I could put honestly, over 6,000 pounds in the back of it. It's the tires that would give out first.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's a heavy truck. I mean, it's,
That's 2,500.
yes. Well, 250. It's before they added the extra zero.
Ah.
But yeah,
I wonder
and
what changed for them to put the extra zero.
well, all right. The only thing I can think is Dodge and Ford for the longest time. You had the F100, F150, F250, F350, and they were a big seller.
Yeah.
And Dodge said, "Hey, that's pretty cool, and that's a good system. Half ton, quarter ton, half ton, 3/4 ton, single ton. Ford's a big seller. All right, we'll use the same thing: D100, D150, W100, W150, so on and so on."
Yeah.
And then for a while, GM was overtaking Ford as a bestseller, and Dodge changed their body style. When they changed the body style, that's when they added the extra zero. So you can buy a GM 2500, or you can buy a Dodge 2500, or you can stay back in the past and buy a Ford F250. I'm just thinking it's a marketing ploy. Why they
Yeah.
added the extra zero.
Yeah, probably.
Because I mean a 2500, a W2500, and a W250, they're both 3/4 ton trucks. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, probably just a marketing thing.
New body style, because that's one thing Dodge did do in 94 was the first year. They made a radical change to the body style. Basically,
Okay.
from 1972 to 1993, the body style was hard to tell the difference between those 20 years. That was the biggest change between 93 and 94. And I'll be honest with you, I loved when they came out with that new body style for the Dodge. I loved it. You know, people either loved it or hated it. I loved it.
Yeah, when they started, yeah,
I really liked it.
yeah, I loved it too. I didn't see what the big deal was. Everyone was like, "Oh, it's ugly, it's ugly." I was like, "No, it looks pretty good."
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like a big truck, you know, like a semi,
Yeah,
you know, because it had the fenders separate and everything. And, you know, it's one thing. Don't get me wrong. I like the looks of my truck because it does, like you said, it looks tough. But when it was stock, that was one thing that I didn't like about the Dodge. With the stock lift, stock height, they sit too low. They're way too wide.
Mhm.
And it just, it really, I hate to say this, but it looked like a Sally truck. You know, it did not look tough. It did not have that stance where it's like, man, yeah, I'm here. I'm
Yeah,
mean. I'm ready for business. No,
uh-huh.
it it looked like the fat girlfriend that you kept, you know, made them enter the back through the back door. You know, it just, yeah, they they weren't they weren't Bertha. They were Sally. This one looks like Bertha. You know, this one's you don't want to fuck with her. Yeah, that's what this one looks like. But then, you know, it also has a 4-inch lift kit on it.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, it makes a big difference on its stance, on the way it looks. It looks tough. Um,
Yeah, that's another thing. Lift kits,
hmm
2, 4, 6 inches, you're up there.
Oh yeah,
Now you got to add 14-inch lift kits to get up there.
yeah. And if you look at the bodies on them too, you know, yeah, my hood is higher than your truck, and you got a 4-inch lift kit on it. Well, yeah, your fenders are 3 feet tall. You know, my fender's 18 inches. It's a slimmer body.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it it doesn't go from the top of the tree down to the ground. You know, uh, yeah, seriously, some of these doors. Oh, good lord.
If you take off the fenders, you got a Baja truck.
Yeah, yeah. Not to mention the doors. I mean, from the bottom of the window
Mm-hmm.
to the bottom of the door. Yeah, I'm looking at it going, man, that damn door is almost just not even from the top of the window, from the bottom to where it ends is almost as tall as I am. You know, where my whole door only comes up to my waist when I take it off. I take
Mm-hmm.
yours off and it's taller than my wife's Jeep, you know? I mean the body on them has gotten so long, so tall.
Yep.
Don't get me wrong, some of them look good that way. They do, but then you start looking and going, yeah, you got a 3/4 ton 4-wheel drive with 20-inch rims on it from the factory, and you still have 4 inches of ground clearance. I mean, what the fuck, over? Yeah,
I don't know.
your hood might be above mine. Your truck might be taller than mine, and I have a 4-inch lift, but you have 4 inches clearance. What are you going to do with this? Where are you going? You know, you're not going off road with it. Hell, you probably won't even be able to get through a dirt road with it.
Yeah, some of the dirt roads over here, eh?
Mm-hmm.
They're pretty rough.
Oh, it's for damn sure. Just going to my nephew Kenny's, um, which is a private road, but it's about a mile long. And yeah, if they have significant rain and water and everything, it can be a challenge getting through there. There can be some decent ruts, that's for sure.
Different generation, I guess.
Yeah, well, again, it's all what you want too, and what's in demand. The older trucks. Here was the deal: you had enough room in them up front to carry maybe 3 people, and that's if you're very friendly. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
but you had 8 feet of bed to carry a full sheet of plywood, several of them, some tools, 2x4s, other equipment, whatever you want. You had more cargo space than you did passenger space.
Uh-huh.
Nowadays, you can carry 8 people up front and a lunchbox in the back.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. Well, I think it's mostly marketing, because if you go by the TTE method, which is people only know what they're told, taught, or experienced, right?
yep,
And with kids nowadays being into video games and not really getting out there and experiencing anything, it's more like told or taught. And all
yep,
they're told or taught is through commercials. And if they see people having fun in these commercials and this and that and doing this and that and what they see on Facebook, that's all they know. You don't really have any people that are experienced nowadays
right,
growing up, because they don't get out there. They don't experience the real world.
right. You don't
So
have any.
we end up with cheap garbage, and people think it's great, it's the next newest thing, it's better.
Oh yeah,
No, no.
yep. No practical experience.
Right.
No hands-on practical experience. So, growing up, I didn't have the option of learning anything online or social media.
Uh-huh.
As a kid, we had one TV. It was the size of my truck with a 13-inch screen on it, and it was in the living room because that was the only room that was big enough to hold it, and you definitely weren't trying to get it through too many doors anyway. So it was down in the living room. And do you think I had control over it as a kid? Oh, hell no.
Oh no.
No, 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 no. The only time
That
I was
was too
allowed,
ex- that was
yeah,
too expensive. That's not a toy.
right.
Stay away.
Yeah, the only time I was allowed near it was to either change the channel or grab the rabbit ears and hold it, lift my leg up or whatever until we got a good picture on it, and then I couldn't move. So I didn't get to watch much TV because holding those rabbit ears and trying to look down and cock your head while you're standing on one leg so everyone else can get a good picture on the TV, see that you really didn't have a good view of it. So
Uh-huh.
most of the time we were outside doing stupid shit, but experiencing life
Yep.
and
Running
learning.
into unmarked light poles.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That too. Even before that, you know, out in the
That's
woods.
huge. And they can't think on their feet when it comes time to do that, because when you're out there getting the experience and messing up and getting in trouble, your mind gets into a set of, okay, I need to think of something fast. I need to
Mm,
do something now so I don't
right.
get in trouble. I don't get caught.
Yep. Yep.
And
It's
now
funny.
the kids are like, oh, well, just reset it. Game over.
Yeah,
Eh,
it's funny. Again, when I finally got the transmission in when it was working, uh,
uh-huh,
the day before I put the camper on, we went to my nephew Kenny's for Labor Day. So it was that
uh-huh,
Thursday. I took the truck out for a test ride because, all right, transmission's in. It's finally shifting. Everything's working good. It sounds good. It feels good. Everything's going good. I was so friggin'
uh-huh,
happy. I was so friggin' happy about that. Well, me and the wife got in the truck, and I had to take my grandson because, my grandson has been with me through this whole build, just hanging around. He's my little buddy. He's 3 years
uh-huh.
old, by the way. So we took him for a ride around the block. Oh, he thought it was great. He was so happy. Dropped him off, and I said, "Hey, I want to," because he was with us. We're going pretty slow. I did get it into third gear, but I said to the wife, I want to go out on the road here a little bit, make sure the overdrive's working. Got a quarter of a mile from the house, and that's when the brand new fucking U-joint let go, and down drops my drive shaft. And I did not put the front drive shaft in yet. So basically, I have a two-wheel drive truck without a drive shaft.
And I bet you knew exactly what happened. And I bet you just instinctively reached down into the four-wheel drive and you're like, oh, wait, that's not in.
Well, actually, that thought had gone through my mind, and something was telling me put the front drive shaft in. I was like, nah, I'll be all right. We're not going that far. All right. So I knew not even to do that. But my point is, when you say, hey, what's your first thought? I'm like, well, I'm a fucking quarter mile from the house. I'll just run home and I'll get the tools, and I have another U-joint, and I'll just throw it in. Or, I'll grab the front drive shaft, put that in. No big deal. That was my first thought. And then I remembered, hey, this is 21st century. I have a fucking cell phone. Doot, 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 doot. Hey, yeah. I called my niece's boyfriend, who was both of them, my niece and her boyfriend, Gage. They were at the house. And I was like, hey, Gage. Yeah, what's up? Drive shaft fell out of the truck. Okay, what do you need? Well, can you come pick me up? Because it'll be easier if you just come pick me up, drive me home. I'll get the stuff I need to fix it. All right, be right there. Boom. But that was my second thought. My first thought was not to use any technology, including a phone, to go ahead and try and fix it. Run back to the house. And also, the other scenarios going through my head was, you know what? As long as there's still some parts left, I do have some baling wire, and we're not that far from home. I could probably set this back in, even though the caps are gone, and I could wire it, mechanics wire is what I had. And I can set up this drive shaft so it'll be good enough to get me a quarter of a mile back to the house. Those are things that went through my mind at first. Not the fact that I actually had a telephone on me, a cell phone, or I can call somebody for help. That was secondary. That was plan B.
Yeah, you wanted to fix it yourself. You wanted to take care of it.
Well, it never even occurred to me that I had technology at my disposal where it would make it easier. Like you were saying, through past experience, if this had happened back in the 1980s, yeah, I wouldn't be able to pick up a cell phone and call
you
for
got the
help.
TCB right there.
Yep. But
but your first initial thought was, hey, I need to take care of things.
Oh yeah.
What do I got to do?
Yep. And that's the thing. Yeah, not depend on anyone else either. What can I do right now to rectify the situation? And the problem was the road we were on too, there's no way to pull over, so we're sitting blocking one lane. There's no side, nowhere I can get to the side either. There was nothing. It's a drop right into the woods. There's no place to pull over. So we had people had to go around us and everything. And of course, we're on a little hill. And I had to explain to the wife, I can't put the truck in park, sweetheart, because it's not going to do anything because I have no drive shaft to hold it. So you're going to have to sit here and hold the brake. Because I don't have a parking brake. I'm waiting on it. Let's see. For 3 years, I've been trying to find a parking brake cable for it. I haven't been able to find one. Not the right one.
Wow, not even like a build your own kit or something?
Yeah, I could do that, but I'm not a fabricator, so not only that, but it's an automatic, so yeah, I'm sorry. It hasn't been that important until I lost a drive shaft.
10-4.
You know, one of those things that, in my mind, it's not really a priority at the moment. Well, when that U joint went and the drive shaft is hanging on the ground, it's kind of like, well, shit, maybe I should look into
Damn it.
fixing this. It might be a good idea to have a alternative way to keep the truck from rolling. That's my
funny.
fault, though. I mean, yeah, I'll take any hits on that one. That's totally my fault. But again, it's like you were talking about. It's the mindset.
Yeah.
It's the
Oh, yeah.
mindset. The way we grew up. Hey, I have a situation going on. What can I do to mitigate this situation on my own right now with what I have on me?
Yep. Absolutely.
Oh, Christ. Again, years ago with that old 89 Ford F-250. And this has got to be about 17 years ago. Another time I had a camper on the back of it. Me and the wife, and this was a big old camper, 2,300 pounds, with the bunk that went over the cab and everything.
Yeah.
And things
Yeah.
stood 11 feet tall.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we're headed from Virginia up to Massachusetts, going home. This is when my folks were still living. Going to visit them. We're about 80 miles from the house. And all of a sudden, the truck starts acting weird. Next thing I know, I got the whole cab is filled with smoke.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, and the truck dies. And I'm like, holy fuck. Well, we're 80 miles from the house. Okay. There's nobody I can get a hold of right away to help us.
Uh-huh.
All right. What's the problem? Okay. And where the hell is the smoke coming from? Well, I found out the smoke was coming from, I had two tanks on that truck, front tank and a rear tank. What was smoking was the switch that you push, to run on the front tank or the back tank.
Oh, yeah.
All right. That had fried. And I'm like, what the hell's going on? Why is that? Why did that fry? And why didn't a fuse blow? I mean, what the fuck? Well, after spending about 20 minutes trying to figure out what's going on, I figured out for whatever reason, the front fuel pump had shorted out and had fried the circuit. I don't know why it didn't blow a fuse. To this day, I can't tell you why it didn't blow the fuse. But it also melted that switch, so I can't switch from the front tank to the rear tank.
Okay.
And when you do that, there's a few things that happens. There's a valve that closes so that you don't send fuel, because it was a multi-port fuel injection. So
Yeah.
it has a return line. So there's a valve that switches so that if you're running off the front tank, the return fuel goes to the front tank. If you're running off the rear tank, the fuel that returns goes to the rear tank and not the front tank. Not only that, but if you're running off the rear tank, it had another fuel pump on the frame to help it go that far, and keep the pressure up. One of Ford's weird designs, but anyway, the thing had three fuel pumps: one in the front tank, one on the rail, and one in the rear tank. But I ended up figuring out the front fuel pump wasn't working. And so with a paper clip, some electrical tape, and my Swiss Army knife, I was able to get the to bypass it, get the rear tank working. Okay. Unfortunately, what I couldn't do, I got the two pumps working. I figured that out. I could tell them. What I couldn't do, though, and was unable to do, was get that valve to switch over. So all the fuel that was running from the rear tank kept going into feeding back into the front tank. So in my mind, my fuel mileage went from 22 miles to a gallon down to about 10.
Oh, geez.
Okay,
Yeah.
'cause all that return fuel is not going back to the tank that's feeding me. It's going to the front tank. And I didn't notice this until gas started coming out of the fill spout on my front tank. And actually, what I ended up doing, I just I had a piece of hose, in case I found myself somewhere where I was out of fuel, but there was a vehicle there that I knew had fuel, and I had to get some, so I had a siphon hose.
Uh-huh.
And what I would do is about every we were 650 miles away from our destination, and about every 200 miles, I would stop and I would siphon fuel out of the front tank and put it in the rear tank.
Holy cow.
Yeah, I'd get a good siphoning. Hey, it got us there. And see, I did not know what the hell was going on until I get up north. We hung around for a little bit, and I went to see a friend of mine, good friend of mine I grew up with. He owned his own shop, and he was able to tell me, all right, your front fuel pump is fried. There's something wrong with it. He said, so we had to replace that. He said, and because of the way that you had everything wired up, your return feed was going to the front tank, even though you're running off the rear tank. All that fuel that bypasses multi-port, fuel injection system.
Yeah.
So you always have pressure going through that system, about 30 pounds of pressure. Now, you don't need 30 pounds of pressure. It doesn't stop it and store it, because then you would lose pressure. So it's continuous cycle. What your engine is not using goes back to the tank. Well, unfortunately, since I was running off the rear tank and it was feeding the front tank, it kept filling up the fucking front tank. All that fuel that was bypassing, it kept filling up the front tank. So, well, the good thing is I always had a full tank of fuel up front. I just couldn't use it. So I had to siphon it out. That was a pain in the ass, but he was kind enough. He fixed that for me. Didn't charge me any labor, just the parts. Which was still around $300 at the time, and like I said, that was, God, 17, 18 years ago. But again,
17, 18 years ago. Do you still have that truck?
No. I got rid of that truck. Unfortunately, I got rid of that truck when I got the Dodge, which was 6 or 7 years ago. But yeah, I had that old Ford for 27 years. Bought it brand spanking new. I paid $7,500 for it, brand new.
Wow.
Yep. And I had it for 27 years, and finally, it wasn't anything major. It was just all the little stuff. It would have nickeled and dimed me to death to fix it. And at the time, I didn't have the money or the time to fix it. So a friend of mine, he's gone now, but a friend of mine sold me this old Dodge for $1,500. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't even have $1,500 on me. He said, I'll take payments. Here's the keys. I'll take payments.
Wow. Okay.
Not only that, this was after he was offered $4,500 for the truck.
Oh, wow.
And he looked at me and he said, no, your family, even though we're not blood related, he said, your family, you need a truck. And he said, yeah, here, $1,500. He said, that's what I have into it. I'm not making a profit. He said, that's what I have into it is 1,500. He said, if I didn't have the new tires, the lift kit, and a few other things into it, he said, honestly, I'd give it to you. He said, but I need to
Wow.
at least get my money back. I said, all right, no problem. And he said, you just pay me every week what you
Mhm.
can until we hit the 1,500. And
Very cool.
yeah, it was because, I'll be honest with you. If I was in his position and knowing myself like I do, and having a vehicle like that somebody offered me $4,500 for, like I said, I don't know if I would have given myself that much of a deal, you know?
Huh. Yeah, I mean, you got a hell of a truck. I mean, that's a lot of truck for what you paid for it.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. And already, I haven't had it that long, seriously, but it's more than paid for itself. And unfortunately I am going through some issues with the transmission.
Well, how many miles does it have?
280,000.
Come on.
No, when I'm saying I'm going through issues with the transmission, I'm saying since I touched the fucking thing and I'm trying to rebuild it.
Oh,
I'm not talking about before. I understand that, yeah, 280,000, 32 years old, and the overdrive housing got a crack in it that's, that leaked out all the transmission fluid. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. That's that's fine. It's just that me putting my hands on this damn 727 part of the transmission and having
uh-huh.
so many issues with it, which again, at least two of them, although there was three issues, but two of them did cause shifting issues. The third one definitely would have caused another shifting issue, and that was the solenoid for the overdrive. That was bad out of the
Yes.
box. So I put the 32-year-old one back in it because that was working
Jeez.
fine. I bench tested them. The new one didn't work. The old one would work.
Wow.
So that was frustrating. Now
Yeah,
again,
getting
the
a new,
what was it? Oh, the seals. The seals, brand new, and they are redesigned. They were
redesigned.
redesigned. Yes, they were made out of different material. It even says it right in the instruction video that came with the new parts.
Uh-huh.
Because on the all right, input shaft, all right, from the torque converter, there's two seals that go in the final drive. Clutch, front clutch pack, the
Yeah.
part that you sent me the parts for. All right.
Yeah.
Now on that shaft, in the middle there are two seals. They're orange if they're
Yeah.
stock. Okay. Well, they sent me these
Yes.
tan ones, and they said they've been
Yes.
redesigned. They're a new material. I put them in. Everything looked good. Not shifting first to second. I got first gear, but not shifting first to second. I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Well, when I finally tore it apart, dude, those seals were gone. I mean,
Gone.
they were disintegrated.
Oh, wow.
All right. It's not a clearance issue. It's I don't know what was up. Some
Huh.
sort of because there was enough of them left, I could take them off. They broke, just trying to split them. And the old ones, the orange ones,
Yeah.
they kind of they kind of
They're
slide
scarf cut.
right. Thank you. These ones are not. They're not exactly butt joined, but what they have is they have something like this. So they go together uh, one over the
They-
other.
Yeah, they overlapped and locked. They
Right,
didn't lock, but they just overlapped enough to where there
right,
wasn't a gap.
right.
Did I
That's
lose you?
yeah, no, that the way they seal like that, that is fine, and there shouldn't be any problem. But like I said, when I took it apart, they were so degraded, and it's um not by friction where maybe they weren't the right size or something like that.
Uh-huh.
It if you ever take plastic and you know put it in brake clean on some plastics, they just kind of disintegrate and turn very brittle, and then they
Yes.
just turn into. That's exactly what they were like when I pulled them out.
Wow.
So I didn't. The old ones were kind of wore out. They were too soft. So I went down the street to the guy that I had the overdrive that redid the overdrive unit for me, the insides, with that 800-pound spring.
Yeah.
Went down there, told him what was going on. It took him 10 minutes. He went out back and he said, "Here." He gave me a little package of seals. He said, "These are new old stock." He said, "I've had them for about, I don't know." He said, 15, 16 years.
Yeah.
He said, "You can have those." I said, "What do I owe you?" He said, "Nothing." So I gave him $10.
Uh-huh.
I put those in. As soon as I did that, and the other thing that was bad, that went bad with it, was that that sprag gear in the back.
Uh-huh.
All right. The original one was plastic. The new one I got was plastic as well. It only, honest to God, it only goes in one way. It only fits one way, and it only turns one way.
Right.
Well, as I had everything taken apart, nothing was in pieces per se, as it was, came out in pieces, or was floating around in transmission. But the plastic on that sprag, same thing. It had disintegrated and it had broke up.
Wow. That is
And
strange.
yeah, it's usually on here. Don't have it. You must have grabbed it. Excuse me for a second.
Sure.
I don't have the fob on there. I don't know where it is. Did you grab it yesterday? Is what I was saying. Um. Anyway, yeah, I'm sorry, but yeah, that whole casing was pretty much disintegrated, and so it came out in several pieces. I put the old one back in. Now, once I did
Uh-huh.
all that, put it back together. Put the transmission in. Now, other than fucking U joint letting go on me, so I can't win. But anyway, I put the camper on it. Drove it a little bit over 70 miles at highway speeds. All four gears were working fine. Backing it up, because I had to back it up a hill to get it where I wanted it parked. Reverse worked great. Everything. Drove it home. Everything's working great. Drove it to work for the whole week. And then last weekend, last Sunday, everything's going great. I parked it in the driveway. And about 6 o'clock, I went to get in it to back up. No reverse. I'm like, what the hell's going on? I said, all right, new parts, and especially new reverse band. Maybe it loosened up, needs to be adjusted. And I was like, well, this is a pain in the ass.
Uh-huh.
I have to drop the pan to adjust the reverse band. Well, I dropped
Yes.
the pan, and, sitting on the magnet is the wedge for the reverse band. Like, oh, fuck. So,
Ay, ay, ay.
yeah. So I don't know. Maybe it was something I did messing around, replacing all the new parts with the old parts. Uh, maybe I didn't put that wedge back in right, or maybe it just, a new band. Maybe it just, especially with the camper on it,
Yeah.
maybe it got a little hot because it's new and it's trying to wear in and expanded, whatever, and it offset the wedge and it just worked its way through. I don't know. But again, it's just something I'll have to look at and try and figure out.
You know, the first time I put this Durango transmission together, I put a diesel reverse band, not the band, but the shoot, the actuator part,
Oh,
right?
actuator. Yep.
So I put that in, and I forgot that the new valve body, it raised the pressure. Now it
Oh,
raised the
okay.
pressure significantly. So what that did was when I put it in reverse, it actually bent the spring cup where the spring rests up against.
Okay. Yes. Yep.
That
Yep.
snap
Yep. I
rings
know
into the
exactly what
case.
you're talking about. Yes, sir.
It's like a little dish with an open.
Yep.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yes, sir.
That actually bent. That actually bent past the snap ring, and that's why my reverse wasn't applying. The pressure in the transmission actually bent that retainer.
I got you. I got you.
And I
See,
was
at
like, oh,
first,
okay.
that was one of the first things I was expecting is that maybe, because you've seen me with those friggin' snap rings. I thought
Yeah.
maybe the snap ring let go because I didn't seat it right.
Uh-huh.
But no, everything looks fine there. That little cup you're talking about and that donut type metal piece that you're
Yeah.
talking about, that all looks fine. It doesn't look misshapen. Again, I'll look at it a little bit better. But with that being said, can you give me a minute? Because I just had
Yeah.
2 beers, and my bladder and my kidney just realized I had 2 beers, and I got to get rid of one of them. So just give me a minute, I'll be right back.
All right. I can't see the chat. What's going on here? Philip the Third. I am wrapping headers. Yeah. Yep. Kind of a pain to do, but kind of necessary, sort of. These are small tube headers, so I'm just trying to get as much flow out of them as I can by wrapping them.
Oh, hey man, I'm back.
So I was telling Philip, because there's a question on the screen. I'm just wrapping headers. That's all I'm doing
Yeah.
to get, trying to get as much flow out of them as I can
I got you.
because they're small tube. It also helps with heat.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like I said, the way I got this new exhaust running, it's running on the outside of the frame instead of inside the frame
Oh yeah.
of the yeah, and that's why it looks a little bit weird at the moment. When I get the other engine in with the Magnum exhaust, it'll be a little bit easier to run them where it comes to the outside of the frame, right by the wheel wells. I got enough clearance and everything.
I want to do wheel well exits.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, with
But
this,
yeah. Anyways.
yeah, with the 4-inch lift kit, it kind of gives me a little bit of extra room. But whereas with the LAs, where it comes straight down the middle of the manifold, it kind of makes it a little weird to get that double angle where it has to come out, up, back, and around. It's kind of like an S. So right now I have flex pipe, and the clearance is very low, and not to mention it. Of course, because it's coming on the outside of the frame, I have it tucked up under the cab of the truck, and I wouldn't mind wrapping them just to, in the wintertime, it's fine to keep your feet nice and warm, but in the summer, I don't need to keep my feet that warm, especially in a truck in Virginia that doesn't have air conditioning to begin with.
Yeah.
So I'm just thinking of wrapping some of that stuff just to help with the heat. Just a little bit extra insulation. Not that it make that big of a deal, but not to mention I kind of think it would look cool because now you can see all the pipe. If you look, it's not, like I said, inside the frame. It's on the outside of the frame, so it's a little bit more noticeable. And with the looks of the truck, I think it would look more. I think it would be aesthetically pleasing to have them wrapped.
Yeah. You just gotta. I've wrapped a bunch of headers, and actually I should do a header wrap video in it because, like you said, sometimes you watch all these videos and you're like, well, I didn't see him do this, or he could have did this to help out.
Yeah.
Actually, when you get to a point where you're wrapping the header and it gets a little long on one side, of course you want to keep working it back and forth because those fibers move a little.
Right.
But once you get to the point of no return where it's loose on one side and you need it tight, all you got to do is just flip it. Just wrap it. Just flip it around and then rewrap it, and it resets it.
Okay. I gotcha.
It's
Yeah.
a simple thing, I can't hold on. I'm trying to. Sorry,
I don't know if it's your
music in the back. I had music in the background. I don't want you to get demonetized.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah. All right, buddy, you back?
Yeah.
I got.
Yeah, I had Veronica was playing music on her phone, and I didn't want that to air, so.
I gotcha. Yeah. No, they won't demonetize me, but I have had to take videos down because of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I mean, one of them I even argued about because it wasn't actual music; it was me. The only thing was I wasn't videoing myself, playing it.
Uh-huh.
And it was just they didn't want to hear it, and I was like, all right, I'll just dub over it.
Yeah. I got dinged on one, and it was because I was at Indy 500, and they're doing the taps, and I'm like, this is oh wait, you froze. You back?
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, I'm back. I
So
lost the signal.
they're doing taps, and I argued. I was like, look, this isn't something that was like pre-recorded or anything like that. This is a live event. This is,
Right.
this isn't anything I have control over, And I mean, I won, but still, it was a hassle.
Oh, I understand.
It-
What was it last year? Last year, Labor Day, I got gigged for showing the American flag.
What?
They had a big thing up. Yeah, somebody complained that it was offensive.
Really?
Yep. So I mean, I
It was
fought that
offensive.
one. Yeah, I fought that one. And it's kind of like, look, I wasn't focusing on the American flag. It just happened to be there. Now, if they find out, I'm an American,
About something.
that's our national flag.
Right.
I mean,
Give me a second.
so what are we going to do if I see somebody with a British flag? Oh, that's offensive. You're going to have them take down their
You can't
video.
Right.
Right. It's just, so yeah, that some of that stuff just doesn't make sense.
It doesn't. But hey, Mark, I gotta run and do something real fast. I'll be back. Okay. It may take some time though. Okay.
Well, buddy, before you take off, as you can see, there's people coming in. I
Uh-oh.
gotta end this. I gotta go. I gotta help with the groceries and
Okay.
get off my ass and everything, and actually maybe do something today. So
Okay.
yeah, so I'm gonna end this, buddy, and I appreciate talking to you. All right, not
All
only
right,
that, but
Thank you.
my little helper Darius showed up as well.
The little guy, Darius. All
Yeah.
right. Cool.
All right, buddy. So you take care. You have a good
Thanks
weekend.
for having me on.
Hey, thanks for being here, buddy. We'll talk to you later.
All right. See you. Bye, everyone.